What's up, everybody? Crazzyfool coming at you again with another fun video. We're going to be going over the patch notes for 1.4 that comes out on Tuesday, March 11th. Let me tell you right now, I'll give you a little bit of a warning. It's a very long video. These patch notes are insane. Not only are there some wild hero changes, but the gameplay changes themselves are just as interesting and just as fun as the hero changes. So without further ado, let's jump into the patch notes. Sink our teeth into these fun changes. I'm gonna go ahead and start talking about the actual patch notes themselves because I haven't read these. Been a while since our last patch notes, but the wait is almost over. The release of 1.4 is almost upon us, and the update is packed with content. Good, introducing the new hero, Battle Pass Shadow Ops story update, and has several highly requested features. This is going to be a long one, folks, so polish your reading glasses and let's jump in. New hero joins the roster: Boris, Shadow Ops skins, Battle Pass, and lore. Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Loot cores, opals, and opal store. Kit adjustments for all heroes. Discord integration, voice chat, aka, right? More custom match options, ranked mode, toxicity improvements. Hey. Major balance changes, various tweaks and fixes. New hero Boris, the augmented. Boris is finally here, playable for the first time. An ancient spirit killed by a new god. Boris is a ferocious, cybernetically enhanced bear that was reanimated by a mysterious organization. Huh? An ancient spirit killed by a new god. I don't understand that. An expert tracker who packs one hell of a punch, sniff out your foes, and pummel them into oblivion. Damn, look at that starting health. Holy fuck, he's gonna get tinky as shit. He's gonna have a fuckload of HP. Every second basic attack on hit grants Boris a canister for up to 5 seconds, up to a maximum of 4. Each canister grants Boris 6, 9, 12, 15% attack speed. 60% attack speed. 1 and 3.5 per level plus times 4% bonus physical power on healing on hit. I never really read his shit before. Wow, his passive is fucking wild. Orange 4 canisters. Boris unleashes his Tesseract core. The Tesseract core zaps enemies on hit as well. Dealing 4 plus 20% total physical power as magic damage and healing board. Wow! And healing Boris for 3 plus 0.75 per level times 12% bonus physical power. Tesseract core healing is reduced to 30% against minions and monsters. This stacks on minions. For laning, by the way. At least that's what it seems like. Every second basic attack. It doesn't say it has to be on heroes. Wow. Dude, his Boris gives him insane attack speed, bonus healing on hit, and once he reaches max stacks, he gets a passive AoE Tempest. You know, the fucking healing, or the AoE fucking lightning zapping item that we can build now for like Shinbi and Magic Bruisers, right? He gets a passive one just for having it. So he gets this, and he gets this is like, we are like, this is like too much for a passive. This was enough. And then we just threw in this. Wow. Each Boris melee attack dealing 59 plus 85% scaling on his autos. Boris sniffs the air, making the closest enemy hero to his reticule within 6,500 units. Upon success, Boris generates a scent trail to their location for 7 seconds, granting him 50, 60, 70, 80, 90% bonus movement speed. 90. This is officially the fastest bonus movement speed in the game ability. Holy fuck, you are Thuman. Thuman, my god. Wow. Boris damages a marked target with hero damage. The mark is consumed, ending the trail effect, slowing the target by 35% for 1.5 seconds. Granting Boris an instant stack on his canister. Wow. Detection protocol does not locate an enemy, refunds 40% of the cooldown. Very long cooldown, so that makes sense. And it doesn't get shorter with levels. Right? The only thing that scales with levels is this. Faster movement speed. So this is the ability you level last, I guess. Unless you want to be Thuman. But the scaling overall in this ability sucks. You probably level it last. There's no cooldown reduction. There's no, you know, slow increase. There's nothing besides movement speed. Doesn't last longer. So probably level it last. Boris envelops himself in a barrier, granting 20, 25, 30, 35, 40%. 40% damage reduction for 2.5 seconds. Boris then, this is better than, this is like infinitely better than Morn's. Because you can't cancel it. Boris then lets out a large roar, exploding the barrier, ending the damage reduction effect, and damaging all enemies within a 425 unit radius for 800. This is like Morn's Mesmer on fucking crack. Bro, FaZe and Boris is insane. This is a Morn's E, which gives damage mitigation, but infinitely better. Wow. You can manually detonate it so we can choose how. It's literally Morn's Mesmer, but better. Holy shit. You don't have to channel it. It just automatically channels itself. You can auto attack during it. Wait, can you? I assume you can auto, yeah, you can auto attack and everything during this. I'm pretty sure I saw in the other videos. They run in the opposite direction, so if you get on the wrong side of them, you can make them run back towards your teammates. You can use abilities while using it. It gives you 40% damage reduction instead of 25. It can't be canceled. This is fucking this is literally Morn's Mesmer, but infinitely better. Wow. Holy. Chrono swipe. Boris lunges forward 550 units. This is like the range of Grux E, I believe. This is like the same range of Grux E. Passing through enemy units, swiping twice. If you get like a max range Grux E, I think. Each swipe deals. Yeah. 20, 30, 40. How many swipes? Swiping twice. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. So 40 damage at level 1, 60 damage, 80, 100, 120, plus 50, 50. So the scaling increases as you level it up. Smart. It's no longer... Okay, this is kind of something that people, I think, have been wanting them to do for a while as well, is increase the scaling as you level up. So characters don't just have one scaling on their ability. The scaling gets better as you level it as well. Makes sense. And it applies on hit effects. Starts at 10 seconds, goes down to 6.5 just by leveling it up. What's the damage on this? 80 up to 180. And this is 20 up to 60, but the scaling gets a lot better. And it applies on hit effects. I'm gonna be honest. I think you max this and then this, maybe. What's up? What's up, Richard? Yeah, that's what it seems like. Seems like you max your dash, because this is gonna be a majority of your damage, and it's on a really fucking low cooldown. This is 6.5 seconds before you have any ability haste built, so you can probably get it down to about 3 seconds. And then once you have this maxed out, you start getting points into this, which it's gonna be, you know, about towards mid game, right? And then as you get towards mid game, getting this extra damage reduction is gonna be very nice. So that makes sense. But yeah, this maxing your dash first also is your movement in the kit, your base movement in the kit. Well, base movement where you don't have to run towards an enemy. And then you max this for the extra tankiness as you move towards the mid and late game. And then you max this last to give you that extra movement speed in the late game to catch the target that you want. Or the target that you have marked, maybe not the target you want, but this is just wild though. I assume this is going to hit invis targets as well, because it doesn't, like, it marks the closest person to you. It doesn't say it can't be in, like, it dodges invis, but his ultimate, Boris activates his thrusters for 0.3 seconds, hovering in the air on or on the ground before dashing 1,500 units forward. People said that they said this was a small dash, by the way. They're like, he has a small dash on his ult. This is a fucking long dash, by the way. This is so long. Grabbing the first enemy he collides with, Boris then launches into the sky 1,350 units with the grab target before slamming them into the ground and sending out a shockwave on that location, dealing 280, 390, 500, plus 180% physical power scaling, bonus physical power, sorry. And then 20, 35, 45% of the target's bonus health. Holy fuck. This is going to absolutely murder tanks. To all enemies in an 8... Oh my god, you ult a tank into the back line and instantly kill the ADCs. The ADC and the mage. Holy shit. What the fuck? It's launching forward 1,500 units. That dashes into the sky 1,350 units with the grab target. So he goes almost auto attack range, right? 1,350 units. ADCs now have 1,500 unit auto attack range. So he's basically going to move them back 1,350 units, which is almost auto attack range, right? And slam the tank into the ground. He gets 180% bonus physical power onto this ultimate with just his physical power. The Boris is going to be building bruiser items, right? He's going to be a bruiser. Mercy with the fucking tank meta. He's going to be a bruiser. He's going to be building a decent chunk of physical power. And then he is going to absolutely blow the tank's load of their HP on the backline. 45%. If they build 2,000 HP, right? Because tanks can build 2,000 HP. He's almost going to add an additional 1,000 health or 1,000 damage onto this fucking ult from the HP alone. If they have more than 2,000 bonus health, which they can have, for instance, ulting a Sev, you are going to add over 1,000 damage from this part of his ult alone. That is a bruiser badass hitting a probably 2,000 damage ultimate, 500 plus 180% of your physical power, plus 45% of their health. That's a 2,000 damage ultimate on a frontline bruiser, hitting your backline, which probably has 2,000, 2,500 HP. Boris ulting a Sev will one-shot their team. Oh my god. you ADC players are about to get. But this better be your permaban every fucking game if you're an ADC player. And you bet if you are playing against a Boris, by the way, frontline positioning is going to be so important. Or backline, actually. You cannot sit directly behind your tanks. Do not sit directly behind your tanks if you're against a Boris. If you're here, and if you're backline, right, you're here, Dev is here, and Boris is here, you have fucked up your positioning. You do not want to be in a straight shot against a Boris. You need to be off to the side, so that way Boris has to then position, and if you see Boris positioning, you then swap, right? You always play opposite side, opposite side and diagonal from where Boris is, if you can. You do not play directly behind your tanks against a Boris, because this is going to fucking hurt. Holy shit. And it slows by 75% as well. My God. My God. Wow. Boris is going to be... I saw a comment I want to read. Goldilocks has been quiet ever since Boris has been announced. Yeah. Yeah, Goldilocks better keep her mouth shut. This man's on the fucking hunt. Your big, bad, fucking powerful friends aren't going to matter either. He's going to ult them into you too. He's going to slam any friends that you have onto your face. Kill you with them. Holy shit. Ugh. Yeah, you know, blow the house up. Mysterious shadow ops organizations are here. A mysterious collective of powerful warriors has appealed in Predecessor. What could their arrival mean? I don't know. Ready to grind a new battle pass? Let's go, baby. How many tiers is this? I guess we'll find out in a second. This looks fucking good, by the way. This looks good. This looks good. I like this. Good job. Good job, Pred. The full battle ops. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Give me 1 second, guys.
With Squarespace, you can turn any idea into a reality. That means that when you make a website, you can turn your solo birdwatching walks into a booked-out tour seeking the rarest species. Or your backyard band practice into sold-out shows and sold-out merch. And your smoothest ski skills into a slope school for beginners. Squarespace. A website makes it real. Use offer code Spotify for 10% off your website or domain.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
Okay. Full Shadow Ops Battle Pass experience features 50 levels. Not enough. Each offer. Why is there asterisk here, by the way? Each offering a reward. It will be available from 1.4 release on March 11th until May 27th. That's a long time for only 50 levels. I did 30 levels in half a month. I know I'm the exception though, because I play the game every night and I'm a streamer. So levels can be unlocked by earning XP as you play. as earning XP as you play Predecessor. This battle pass includes rewards such as the Shadow Ops Seraph skin, an exclusive Crimson variant, opals, quantum cores, iron cores, amber, and a variety of exclusive cosmetics. While the full 50 level experience is part of the premium track, free version is available to all players at no additional cost. Makes sense. We learned a lot from the Winterfest Battle Pass. Not only was it a welcome addition that encouraged more playtime, it also highlighted the need for more content across different heroes. Apparently not everyone loves Argus Madness. That was like, please don't give us just Argus Battle Passes, right? So that's good. What was all the heroes again that was in this one? Seraph. What did they, which one? I guess we'll find out in a second. With 1.4 Shadow Ops Battle Pass, we've made it a lot easier to preview all the available content before you commit it. Additionally, we've improved the way paid and free rewards are displayed, ensuring clear differentiation between the two. The Shadow Ops Battle Pass includes rewards for dedicated heroes while also featuring plenty of loot cores. Loot cores contain a huge variety of content, including skins for every hero in the game. Guaranteed to unlock a range of diverse items as you climb the Battle Pass ladder. Additionally, some levels bring you new currency opals, more on them below, allowing you to purchase and reward any reward of your choice in the opal store. Compile a list of everything that can be unlocked in the Shadow Ops Battle Pass. Seraph. Exclusive Shadow Ops Seraph skin. Okay, so we have the Seraph and then the Crimson Seraph. 2,000 opals, 400 free, 12 quantum cores, 4 exclusive sprays, 4 exclusive overhead emotes, 10 ion cores, 10k amber, 4 exclusive icons and banners on the free track. So free track, free track, free track, free track. All these are free. One of the overhead emotes is free. One of the exclusive sprays is free. 2 of the 12 quantum cores. The quantum cores are the big one, the super expensive one. 2,000 opals, 400 of it's free. Now you got to remember, 2,000 opals comes in the pass, but you also can get opals out of the cores. So you could get more than 2,000. Number changed from a previously communicated estimate of 60 levels. After considering community feedback and the amount of time required to complete the pass, we decided to combine some of the currency rewards together to create a better overall experience. Is 50 really enough? Skins were garbage. Boris Panda skin win? True. What were the heroes again? I'm like, does it say what the heroes are in this? Right now I only see Seraph. Oh, I guess we don't know the opal store yet. We have to go to the opal store. Duh. Shadow Ops Boris skin uncontented with their initial reanimation of Boris. The mysterious Shadow Ops group have further weaponized this ancient creature with the cutting edge armor plating. This is pretty fucking badass, I won't lie. I think this is a really good skin. This is a Greystone skin we had in Paragon the Overprime. I thought this skin was exclusive to them. I thought they created it, but I guess not. Looks like this was a Epic Games skin, but fine, looks good. Shadow Ops for Yin. I think this is fine. This looks good. We got the dark side of Yin. She looks like a Sith Lord. You know, it's not terrible. We have a Seraph skin here. Are these all the skins in the Opal store, or? And I mean, Master's Twin Blast is now a whopping 40% discount. Let's go. Shadow Ops Boris. Oh no, these are just bundles. Skin suck, not a panda. You might have heard about the loot cores we announced a few weeks ago. They were mentioned in the Shadow Ops. They were just mentioned in the Shadow Ops Battle Pass section. Okay, full breakdown of what they are and what they contain. Check out our... Okay, yeah, we already knew about that. But if you're looking for a TLDR, yeah, free chests containing random loot, exclusive cosmetics for currency. They can contain all of that stuff. Duplicate drops are converted into opals. Opals are currency that you can buy from the opal store. Alongside loot cores, we're introducing a new massive wave of content. Every hero now has at least two new skin recolors. Every hero. With one for each hero available for Amber. In addition, each hero has received a new banner and icon, along with new sprays and overhead emotes. There's plenty to unlock. You're not going to run out anytime soon. With the introduction of loot cores, we're making some adjustments to how rarity works on cosmetic items. Currently, rarity has mainly represented quality with a lot of content set to common. We're expanding rarity to also represent availability, which meaning a lot of cosmetics in the game have had their rarity adjusted based on their pricing. In short, content that is available for Amber and Platinum has a low rarity than the same type of content that can only be bought with Platinum. Okay, that makes sense. Obviously, you can buy it with. If you can buy it with Amber, then obviously it's gonna be a lot more common. We made some changes to loot cores since their original reveal, incorporating feedback from the community. Players pointed out that quantum cores shouldn't drop common content as it wouldn't feel rewarding, and we agreed. That is so fucking true. If you get the big upgraded fucking quantum core, which is the big chest, why the hell would I get a common drop from that? That would suck. I love it. But then they did this. You fuckers. Some of the common shit is now uncommon. Gotcha, bitch. They got us. Common, uncommon, or rare. Common or uncommon. Common is now now uncommon. You fucks. From the originally, common content had a lower drop rate than uncommon rare items, but we've decided to remove it entirely. Now, quantum cores will only contain cosmetics available for Platinum, with the exception of with Platinum. Okay, so these don't matter actually, because the ones that are being made uncommon are the ones that, or rare, are the ones that can be bought with Amber. And now the quantum core can only be stuff that is available for Platinum. Contain cosmetics available for Platinum. So this actually doesn't matter at all. This doesn't change anything. Because you're not going to be able to get any of these that were changed in the rarity, because they're available with Amber, and these quantum cores only are going to give you stuff that's Platinum. That's only available for Platinum. With the exception of Encore Recall VFX, Jump Pad VFX, which can still be obtained from quantum cores. I think these are like the super expensive ones that cost like 100k Amber, so that makes sense. Skin variants, we've made some small changes to how skin variants work, meaning you no longer need to own the base skin to equip its variant. Interesting. If a color variant of a skin is available for purchase separately and you prefer it over the original, you can get it without needing the base version, enjoying more freedom in choosing the skins you love. Nice. I know the community was asking for that, so that's good. Additionally, the remaining skin variants that were time exclusive have now returned and will be remaining permanently. This does not include any event skin from Shadow's Eve or Winterfest. Sweet, I can get the fucking skins that I'm missing, baby. Woo! Let's go. I'm missing like 2 steel skins and like 2 Morgesh skins and some other stuff, so I can get all the skins that I'm missing. Discord integration and voice chat. We can say again in voice chat. We can say it again in voice chat. You've asked repeatedly for it, and it's in 1.4. It's finally here. We partner with Discord to deliver voice chat. In Predecessor, you can now communicate with your friends and teammates throughout the game. Just enable in the social screen, and you're good to go. That's good. We like that. I'm glad you're doing a patch review. I want to hear your thoughts. Yeah, of course. I want to go line by line. This is gonna be like multiple hours, which is why this might be a short stream, and I might not play any games. We're going through everything, and when we get down to here, it's gonna take a minute. New custom game options. With this update, we're expanding custom match functionality. Instead of 5v5 setup, you can now have 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s, 4v4s. Gives you the perfect opportunity to coach others, test new heroes, or simply humble your friends without anyone getting in the way. People are gonna fucking use this so much, but they're not humbling friends. They're just trying to humble shit talkers. People's egos might get checked some. But yeah, no, this testing thing right here, opportunity to train and coach others. This is what I was like seeing it for, which is why I like this change. There's other content creators that were telling me that this is a useless change and it has no purpose, but you can actually use this for like content creation. you only need one other person to jump in it with you. And I can go to like the solo lane and I can try to show like wave management things or, you know, things like that without the AI getting in the way or without other people getting in the way, right? I don't need 10 people anymore. I can go grab my wife's laptop, boot it up, have it off onto the side, you know, invite myself on a level 1 account or whatever, and just play a 1v1, you know, get into a 1v1 where the other account is AFK, right? And just show things. So I really, really like this. Zoom in. Okay, I can zoom in. Is this good? Here we go. We'll zoom in like this. Yeah, all right. Hero kit adjustments and reworks. Yep, we know about this. We've carried out extensive gameplay paths looking to improve hero on the predecessor roster. Many of these changes are aimed at providing more depth and allowing for new and exciting ways to play your favorite hero. This is so true. These range from larger changes to hero kits such as Kalari and Bellico, who have received brand new abilities, and or large-scale functional changes to their existing abilities. Moderate hero changes such as Rampage and Wraith, who have received adjustments and new layers to their current abilities, or smaller changes such as Decker and Argus, who are primarily balanced and quality of life oriented. Yeah, Decker and Argus didn't really get touched too much. Argus got a little bit of a change where that's actually kind of big, where you can no longer block blinks with the crystal. But yeah, it's not really it's just a small little rework here. Small rework with a big impact on Argus. But yeah, this is like, there's gonna be so many things we're gonna have to talk about here. Ranked mode toxicity improvements. We've further tweaked our toxicity systems, fine-tuning them specifically for ranked mode to be considerably more active in detecting and punishing players who AFK and similar. So they need to be like, okay, we didn't really get much on this and how it functions. Hopefully they go into a little bit more depth here. Somewhere, because we didn't really get much here and we didn't get much on this toxicity thing. Players are going to want to know what this means, right? They're going to want to know what you're fine-tuning here. They're going to want to know punishing players who are AFK and similar. They're going to want to know what this means, because this is like a massive hot button topic right now. So they should have went into detail on this. On hit thoughts. I don't think I've gotten to the on hit yet. Gameplay changes is coming in just a second. New item fighter, Aegis of Agawar. So I fucking saw this whenever I did some testing, and this is wild. It's actually a pretty big deal, and I'm going to explain why. So 3,150 gold, 25 physical power, 450 health, 15% crit chance. Again, this is a fighter item, so this is for Gruxes and Crunches, and maybe not Crunch, but Gruxes and fighters, right? Warriors, warrior crest, those kind of characters. It could actually work on potentially Crunch, I think, maybe, but you don't really auto attack too much on him later stages, so I don't know, we'll see. But 450 health, 15% crit chance, and I'm going to explain why this is actually a good thing to have 15% crit chance on this item in just a second. Recipe of the Stone Strength, crossbow, banded emerald, 500 gold, bludgeon, passive, gained physical power equal to 2.5% of your bonus health. So this already tells me that they've changed Overlord, because Overlord, this was Overlord's passive, and now it is this item's passive. So we're going to have to go down. There's going to be item changes at the bottom, and we know that Overlord's getting a rework of some kind, because Overlord's passive is now on this. Passive, Agawar's protection, gain 10% total physical armor and 10% total magical armor, while below 40%, gain 30% total physical armor and 30% total magical armor instead. I have a feeling that tanks will be building this item maybe as their last item, because the value you're going to get from this passive right here is going to be pretty good. Again, I don't think it'll be early on in the game you'll build this. I don't think it'll make sense. It might be 5th or 6th, but you're going to get a lot of value from this. And so tanks might build this to get this value here potentially. But the reason why this is a Sereth item, a Grux item, this is multiple characters items. The reason why this is good is it gives health. It doesn't give a ton of physical power. Well, it does with its passive here, but the crit chance here is actually like, really impactful when it comes to builds. This crit chance, we have a item in the game called Noon Quiver, and Noon Quiver currently has a melee only passive to it, where if you, I believe is it based on auto attacks or is it based on your HP? You get damage mitigation, right? I can't remember which part of it is, but I think it's based on your HP, how low you are. You get percent health damage mitigation, I think. And so it has crit chance on it, right? It has 25% crit chance because it's normally an ADC item because it has a ranged component to it. So with that item, if you built it on a melee, you'd only have 25% crit chance. So if you built it on Seraph or you built it on Grux to get that melee component where you got the damage mitigation from it as a bruiser, you would have 25% crit chance. And a 25% crit chance kind of fucking sucks, right? You have like an insane amount of RNG for critting and getting that extra damage proc, and it kind of blows balls. With this being added into the game, this will give you, if you go Noon Quiver and this, sure, you're going to lose out a little bit on this passive here, but having Noon Quiver, which gives a little bit of lifesteal, I believe, and it gives that damage mitigation passive, you're also going to have this passive, which gives you extra armor on the other items that you're building, and you're going to get extra physical power, so if you build a lot of health, and you're getting that 15% plus 25% crit chance from Noon Quiver, right? So you're getting damage mitigation, extra protections, you're building a lot of health, you're getting a lot of physical power from the health that you build, and then you have 40% crit chance. So it's going to give you those, like, as a Grux, as a Seraph, as those other, bruisery type characters, you're going to have that. It's going to feel better building crit because you're going to have 40% instead of 25, and it'll open up your build paths if you want. So I actually love this. This to me is actually like a really good item to have in the game for bruisers. It just gives you the ability to have some crit in your build. It gives you just another path to go down if you want. And you're going to have a lot of, protections and mitigation and stuff that you can have in your build. So I actually really, really liked this. When I saw it in the playtest, I was, it just instantly started sparking builds in my head of what bruisers will be able to do. Kind of interesting. Oh, can't wait till you see the gold changes. It'll make you roll swap back to Suppy. I have some inclination on the gold swap and the XP, and there's some really, you're gonna hear me rage like nobody's business whenever I get to the gold. You're gonna hear me fucking rage. I'm gonna be pissed on stream very loud when I get to the gold. A lot of changes here. TLDR, reworks and adjustments. Default ranged basic attacks have gone from 13 to 1500. I shared this on stream multiple times. If you are a ranged character, there's a couple of exceptions to this, but if you are a ranged character, you get increased attack range permanently, right? They're moving the attack range from 13 to 1500. There is a very good reason for this, which we will get to as we go down the list here, but this was a needed change. So as melee players, don't freak out that they're increasing ADC's attack range and mage's attack range. This actually is needed, and we'll talk about it in a second. Default jump height has increased and gravity has slightly increased. The gravity increasing means the default jump height doesn't necessarily feel as good. You're going to see that Galaxy Greaves when you get into the game doesn't feel as high. You don't go as high with Galaxy Greaves, and that's because gravity has been increased. But default jump height increasing means you can go over some of the walls a little bit easier without having to have those extra boots and stuff or movement abilities. Combat penalty for melee and ranged has increased from 20 to 25% to 25% to 30%. So combat penalty for melee and range has increased. So these have altered slightly from the playtest, but melee had 20% and it will now be 25%. Combat penalty and ranged had 25 and it'll be 30%. What this means is if you're a ranged hero and you auto attack, you're going to be slowed by 35%. And if you're a melee character and you are in combat or you auto attack, you're going to be slowed by 25%. So you just have a combat. You're in combat, you're just slower, right? Default movement speed for all heroes increased by approximately 5%. So this increase with this increase in combat, really, as a melee, you're going to be able to get onto ADCs who are shooting you pretty easy. You'll notice it in game. ADCs will be walking very slow with this, among other things in a second that we'll talk about. But you're going to notice that ADCs are walking very slow when they're auto attacking. So they will have slows themselves, because of items and stuff, but if it was 1300, they'd probably die way too much. ADCs can be dealt with. Okay, I promise you. Blink proxy added. Blinks can now be used during wind up and cast animations for various abilities. Blink range has been decreased by approximately 10%. So this is going to add a lot of depth to the game. If you're playing Aurora and you start casting her ultimate, before the ultimate goes off, you can blink into the enemy team. It's going to make it to where you don't get canceled as easily, right? Problem with Aurora and some other characters right now is you can get your ultimate canceled, potentially, if you cast your ultimate too soon. Or you go into the middle of the team fight and you cast your ultimate, they can just cancel it, and then you try to cast it again and they cancel it. Now you'll be able to cast your ultimate and then flash into the middle instead of having to flash in and then start casting. So this adds a lot of depth to the game for a lot of different heroes. Richter and Crux and Aurora and just anybody who has a decently long wind-up animation can start using this. Feng Mao can use this as well. He starts casting his ultimate, people blink away, he can blink after during the animation. Blink range decreased, which is good. Ward and sentry radius increased by 50%. This is wild. And a majorly, awesomely, fantastically amazing change. Wards right now, if you place them in a spot, they don't really cover everything because they're so fucking small. So wards being increased by 50% is amazing. This probably also needed to happen because people move around the map very easily right now. Like, they can move everywhere very fast, and they're increasing movement speed. So they probably needed to increase the ward radius, and increasing it by 50% allows you to cover a little bit more area to try and help you, cover all the different pathways into lanes. So this is a great change. There's going to be new warding spots that you're going to be able to use now, which is awesome. Shields now benefit from hero's armor rather than taking full damage, which is amazing. This is a huge buff to anybody that has shields. Muriel and Kwong and Richter and Steel, all those characters are getting a big buff with that. Minions now spawn earlier in the match, 45 seconds instead of 60 seconds. This is just an attempt to reduce match time. Generic jungle camps now spawn a little bit earlier. Spawn at an earlier initial time, 60 seconds instead of 85. So this is 15 seconds, but this is 25. So jungle clear will be a lot faster. Wow. They just reduced jungle clear by 10 seconds. While also giving them movement speed. Are you going to take a jungle camp now instead of and then go to your buff? Is that what this change is allowing? It is. Right? Because jungle camp doesn't spawn till a minute 30. Holy fuck. That is such a crazy change. I have to process that one for a second. I did not know about that one. I didn't get to play, like, I only went into practice mode. I didn't actually play any matches on this new patch. That is a fucking crazy change. That's a big buff to junglers. Just thrown in as a bullet point here. That is actually like a super crazy change. The clear time is going to go wild. Minion damage and durability adjusted. Minions are no longer fully executed by dot and multiple damage instance damage, and are only executed at a lower threshold. I love this. This will help with Richter in lane as a support. Right now, if you activate your electrocute and you're a support, it just instantly one-shots the minions as soon as the health bar turns red, and I fucking hate it. So this will stop that from happening. At least they'll be lower health and the ADC will be able to last it. This does mean that in laning phase, though, if you are laning as a Richter, you can't just insta-clear waves with your electrocute. You do get nerfed. Richter just gets fucked as a... It's just absolutely just... They bent Richter over and just smashed him in this patch. When we get to him and the hero balance, they must have absolutely hated me or they hate Richter because they destroy Richter in this patch. That character gets bent over. This actually hurts Richter a ton as well. This hurts other characters as well. Like mid laners like Gadget and stuff with her right click. This hurts her as well. Anybody that has any sort of multiple dot damage, Faye, those characters, it hurts all of their clear a little bit. But wow. Damn. I immediately think of Richter here because Richter's my main guy. They fucking demolish Richter in this patch. Fuck, bro. Wow. It helps Richter support a little bit, but fuck, does it destroy Richter off lane? Holy. 3 ranged minions are now present in every wave from the start of the match. Wow. Adjustments to minion values and hero comeback XP. Adjustments to comeback XP mechanic. I'm going to talk about this this later too, and this is a fucking shit change in my opinion. Movement speed buffs when stacked to high amounts now have less diminishing returns. Wild. Death timers have now been adjusted to be faster in the early game. Gateways now become active at 8 minutes and grant movement speed on arrival. There's other changes to gateways we're going to talk about in a little bit. That's also crazy. Gateways could be fucking abused now, I think. There's a possibility that gateways might be abused. Enhanced river bugs now initially spawn at 16 minutes. Fangtooth now initially spawns at 4 minutes. Default critical strike damage increased from 155 to 165. Just more buffs to ADCs critting harder for some reason. On-hit effects now benefit from lifesteal instead of magical lifesteal. Okay. Soft reworks to various existing items such as Overlord, Mindrazor, new fighter item, Aegis of Agawar. We talked about this. This actually, ADCs are just going to be slower, so melees if you're in combat. Yep. Default auto attack range increase. We talked about this. It's not going to be as bad as you think, increasing the basic the default basic auto attack range to 1500 units. They're going to be slower. Everyone's moving faster. Melee characters' movement speed is actually really fucking wild. When is this update? Tuesday. All of the camps and buffs spawn at 60 seconds at the same time. Oh, really? Okay, well then if all of the camps spawn at the same time, then it's fine. Because then it's not fine. It's still 10 seconds faster. Well, it's still faster than before, but that's... Jungle got a big buff this game by that change. Jen, Jungle got a big buff. What's up, Genius? I don't get that one about the on-hit effects. It just means that whenever you, as an ADC, are building on-hit, you get lifesteal now for Sky Splitter damage. You get lifesteal now for Stormbreaker damage. You get lifesteal now for Tainted Blade or Tainted Round damage. Before you had to build magical lifesteal in order to get value from those items. Now you get the value from lifesteal. So on-hit effects like Sky Splitter and all those, you're going to be getting a lot. ADCs are going to be able to sustain a lot easier. Yeah. Blink range has now been reduced. I think a lot of people have been complaining that blinks are OP. People who aren't used to having, blinks on every hero, they don't like blink. Pretty common thing in the forums. So this being nerfed a little bit, I think is fine. Blink proxying is now available or now possible. This is also really good. Probably needed to be nerfed a little bit because of this as well, because Grux engages, Aurora engages, Steel engages, Sevarog engages, like all these characters that are going to be starting their animations and then blinking forward to get the engage for that's like impossible to counter will be very good. So probably a pretty good change overall. Comeback XP added a mechanic that helps players earn additional general XP when at massive deficits. So they don't give us the values here, but I've seen the values, and I do not like this. I don't know why they're not giving us the values here, but the problem with this change is right now it already feels really bad to, like, obviously you don't want to give up a bounty, right? Or if you have a lead over an opponent, it really, like, you don't want to die to them, right? If you have a level lead or gold lead or anything like that, their comeback XP already feels really fucking strong in the game. So dying right now whenever you have a lead feels terrible. It feels like the enemy team just instantly comes back into the game off one bad team fight after you have a lead. Right, the way that they've changed this, it might be the case in some situations that you could be behind somebody, and then when you kill them, you are now ahead. Instantly ahead, right? Like you lost laning phase, you lost like you're 2 levels behind, or you're a level and a half behind, and you got crushed in the laning phase. They fuck up one time and you're giga ahead. Apparently A said the extra XP is for people that DC'd and came back. No, I don't think I don't think they're going to have any way to detect that, Grandpa Keeve. I think this is going to be, if you're going to have a person that lost laning phase, he's 2 levels behind, he's going to come into the game and he's going to fucking get a random kill on a guy that's 3 levels ahead of him, and now all of a sudden he's a level ahead of that guy. It's going to feel really bad. I have a feeling that this isn't going to work the way that they thought it is. I think what Ace might be talking about, I have maybe they put in a mechanic where it does that. I think if they did that, it would say here that it's for people who go AFK, and it's going to detect that they DC'd or something and they came back and started playing the game again. I don't see that it says that anywhere, but I'm going to assume that it's not because of that. But yeah, there could be situations when you're behind and you get 1 kill and you are now ahead of the guy that you were behind by a substantial margin. So I really hope they pay really close attention to this change, because it already feels really shit giving up a kill to somebody you're ahead of, and now it's going to be like fucking brutal if you give up a kill to somebody you're ahead of. If it doesn't work off of AFKs or DCs, it's going to feel so bad. Critical strike damage has increased from 155% to 165%, just a buff to ADCs or anybody who builds crit. So I mean, the crit build that I talked about earlier for bruisers, it'll feel good, critting for extra 10%, I guess. Damage over time now restores 100% of the value from lifesteal and magical lifesteal effects instead of 33%. So this is nice. Damage over time restores 100% of the value from lifesteal and magical lifesteal effects instead of 33. Is this nice? This is nice. This is like a buff to Morgesh. People are just going to be able to sustain a lot more from this change and the on-hit change. Sustaining is going to be like a lot more. Yeah, Light Doom. Yes. Buff for Mega, buff for Noxia, buff... Well, I guess that's... Noxia isn't damage over time, but buff for Mega, buff for Infernum, buff for all of those items. Interesting. Base death timers changed from 11 and 47 seconds to 6 and 42. Wow, if you die in the early game, you're instantly back, huh? Death timers now increase more harshly on the time, starting at 10 minutes. So early game, they're trying to make people have a little bit more leeway, a little bit more comeback. Oh god, I'm gonna rage on this next part. I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna rage on this next part. It hurts me inside. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to read it all, and then I'm going to rage about it. Okay. Last hit gold share increased from 18, 14, 10, 6% to 25, 18, 12, 8%. Near gold share increased from 22, 18, 14, 10, 6 to 35, 25, 18, 12, and 8. Gold drip delayed decreased from 85 to 70. Gold drip increased from 3 per second to 3.3. Okay. Reason why. Ooh. I'm so fucking mad about that second bullet point. You guys have no fucking idea. Okay. What this first bullet point means is last hit gold share increased. So I'm going to go through each bullet point and what it means. This last hit gold share increase from 18 to 25 means that, especially for duo lane, or if you're two people in a lane together, okay? If I have two people in a lane together, ADC and the support, my ADC last hits a minion and I'm in range, I get 18% of it. Now, if my ADC last hits a minion and I'm in range, I get 25% of that last hit, okay? My ADC last hits a minion, and now when it goes from 18 to 14%, this means that there's 3 people in the lane. So ADC, jungler, support, okay? My ADC last hits a minion, he gets 100%, and the jungle and the support get 14%, right? That's how that works. If there's 4 people in lane, the mid lane, the support, the jungle, the ADC. If the ADC last hits a minion, he gets 100%, and everybody else, the support, the mid, the jungle, get 10%. If we're all 5 in the lane together, whoever hits the minion and last hits it gets 100, and everybody else gets 6% of the value of the minion. Okay. Now that's going up to 25, 18, 12, 8. This means that supports in laning phase are going to get more gold because now, as they're standing next to their mid laner, if they're rotating mid, or Seismic when he does his weird offlane thing, or you're standing there next to your ADC, you're getting 25% of the value of the last hit instead of 18%. You're getting more gold as a support by a substantial margin. This is a large increase. You might not think it is. This is a very large increase to your gold income. All right. This one pisses me the fuck off. And near gold share increased is not the same thing as last hit gold share increased. Near gold share increased is if I'm in a lane, let's say I'm off lane, and I miss a last hit. As of right now, you get 22% of the last hit you missed as long as you were in the XP range. So if you're in the XP range and you see 60 XP come up, okay, you got 22% of the gold value of that minion, even though you weren't there to last hit it. You still got 22% of the value of the minion. Now you're going to get 35% of the value of the minion. If there's 2 people in the lane and neither one of you got the last hit, you got 18%. Now you're getting 25. This is 3 people in the lane. This is 4 people in the lane. This is 5 people if you didn't get the last hit. Okay. So now if you're off lane and you're fucking winning your off lane and you're bullying the shit out of your off lane opponent and he can't get a last hit, as long as he's in fucking XP range, he gets 35% of the fucking value of the minion. This is so shit. This is turning into Smite. I absolutely fucking hate this change. 35% of the value of the minion, even if you miss the last hit. Now, you guys watch my stream. I miss last hits all the time, okay? I'm not paying attention to the game. I'll miss a last hit and I go, oh, I fucked up there. You should not be rewarding players who are ass like me, who miss last hits. The game already tells you when to hit the fucking minion. Don't reward us. Why are you rewarding us? This is such a shit change. Don't reward us. Why are we increasing this to 35%? I hate this change with such a passion. I complained about it being 22% all the time. Like, I would complain to the devs, like, this shouldn't be in the game. Make it fucking 15%, make it 10. Like, turn this down. This is too much. If you're ever in a game, by the way, guys, if you're ever in a game and you're sitting there going, man, I am 50 last hits ahead of my laning opponent. He hasn't been able to touch a fucking last hit, get shit on. And then you hit tab and you're like, how the hell is he the same items as me? I have a fucking short sword up on him. What is happening? It's because of this fucking near gold share income bullshit that is going on. This is why. This and this combined together is why that guy is not behind. he might be 50 last hits behind you, but he's actually only 20. He's basically, you know, a quarter of that not behind, right? He's 25 or 22% of those last hits he's gotten because he's been in the XP range, right? As long as he's in XP range, he's getting 22% of those fucking last hits. This is stupid. This is dumb as shit. I hate it. It makes it impossible as a fucking player to get an advantage against your opponent because they're just fucking babying you and saying, hey, you're getting shit on, but it's okay, honey. We're just gonna feed you a little bottle. We're gonna feed you a little bottle of milk. We're gonna make you big and strong, okay? We can't let it bully you too much. We're gonna make you big and strong. This is fucking stupid. Hate it. I fucking hate it.
Do you hear that? Didn't think so. That's the sound of your engine building up harmful deposits. And unfortunately, that's
fuck. Gold drip delay decreased from 85 to 70. So again, this is increasing the gold that you get. The gold drip delay is the drip is as you see your gold tick, right? If you watch your gold income in game, you can see it go up and up and up and up, I believe. This is part of that gold drip, right? So the delay for getting your gold is lowered, so it's going to increase faster, right? Then the gold drip has increased from 3 per second to 3.3 per second, so you're getting more gold. So they've lowered the decrease and they've increased the gold amount, so you're going to be getting gold faster from this. You're getting a lot more gold for last hits if you're sharing for supports, right? This is just an absolute massive increase to supports, an increase to junglers when they come in and share, they like help shove a lane. This is a fucking massive increase to those who are getting bullied in lane. It's just, they're giving everybody a fuckload more gold. An absolute fuckload more gold. The ranked reset, no, 1.5. They want to have a balance patch before they do a ranked reset. Booty Monster is what they said. They want to make sure they do a balance patch and then they'll do a ranked reset with 1.5. It's gonna be easier to get 6 items of Pred. Yeah, it's gonna be easier to get 6 items. It's gonna be harder to get behind. This is just the worst change ever. I hate this change. Like if they did this, it would have been like, sure, whatever. But this change right here actually this change kills me inside. It really does. I hate this change so much. There's been so many times where I hit tab and I'm 50, 60 last hits ahead of my opponent. And I'm just like, how are you fucking the same items as me, man? How am I sitting on only 600 gold and I'm 50 last hits ahead of you and you're the same items with less kill participation? How? It's so crap. It's so crap. Playing devil's advocate, doesn't this force action towards kills over farm? Seems like the gold changes are meant to press action. No. Yeah, maybe, but you can just not die, right? You can just sit back and say, hey, I'm missing last hits, but for every other last hit you kill, I basically get a last hit back, or every other last hit I miss, as long as I'm in XP range, I basically get one back. So fuck it, you know? Fuck it. What do you mean? I don't get all the value. It's different from the range. No, this is how many people are sharing the value of the missed last hit. So this is 1 person. This is 2 people sharing the value. This is 3 people, 4 people, 5 people sharing the value of the missed last hit. Last hit gold share. This is if you're 2 people in lane and 1 person last hits it, the second person gets 18%. Now it's 25. So the second person, ADC and support. So the support's going to get 25%. The 3 people are in lane, the other 2 people who didn't get the last hit get 18%. If 4 people are in lane, the 3 people who didn't get the last hit get 12. And then obviously at 5, the 4 people who didn't get the last hit get 8. So this is if someone does get the last hit. This is if no one gets the last hit. And then this is just gold drip. So they're just feeding people more gold. I hate this change. God, I hate this change so much. Ugh. Jumping velocity increased from 65 or 650 to 1,000. So basically you can almost jump twice as high, right? Maybe not twice, but you can jump like 75% higher. Or you can jump a lot higher. Very good. Air control increased from 20% to 80%. So air control is just, you know, how you can move while you're in the air. Gravity increased from 1 to 2.8. So they've increased the gravity a ton. But even though you can jump higher, you're going to fall to the ground faster. This is why Galaxy Greaves does not feel like you can jump nearly as high. If you compare Galaxy Greaves to how it currently works and how it does in the next patch, you don't jump nearly as high with Galaxy Greaves because of this. So just keep that in mind. Bonus XP for killing higher level heroes. Oh, they do show us kill XP. Increased from 10, 22, 40, 70, 80, 90, 100% to 10, 30, 50, 70, 90, 100%. XP for killing lower level heroes has increased to negative 40%, negative 50%, negative 70. So basically, there's absolutely no value to killing your laning opponent. So to the person who just said, hey, if you're winning your lane, why not just go kill the guy? Because there's no value to killing that person. But if you end up dying to the person, you just fucking gifted them a lead in the lane. So they're getting 35% of the gold back. And if you end up fucking up and dying to them, you're playing high risk to gain nothing. And you're playing high risk for them to just instantly come back into the game and be better than you. Right? Like to be bigger than you. They get 30% increased XP, 50% increased XP, 70% increased XP for killing you, right? So don't fucking die if you're ahead. Yeah. If you have a level lead and you die, you will instantly lose it and maybe be behind. So I'm not a big fan of the kill XP change at all, because this means that if you're ahead and you die, you are instantly behind, and I'm not a fan of this change at all. Because once again, punishing people who get leads. Just fucking punishing them. How do those ranges work? I believe this is per level. So if you're a level behind, you get 10%. You're 2 levels behind, 22. So 1 level behind, 10%. 2 levels behind, 30%. 3 levels behind, 50. So on and so forth, up to 100. It only goes to 100 because after that, it's 100% for every level after that. So if you're 2 levels behind, 30% increased XP for killing them. If they fuck up, oof, that's 8% increase. That's a pretty big deal, guys. And then again, look at this. Just like, you get no value for killing people that are behind. No value at all. Ugh. Movement speed penalty. Penalty now stacks multiplicative. Oh, I'm not even gonna say it. Can't say it right now. Okay, one more time. Multiplicatively. Oh my god, I can't. With other slow effects, I can't say it right now. With other slow effects, still choose the largest value. Move speed penalties increased by 5%. So penalty now stacks basically move other slowing effects now stack. So if you have a 30% movement speed slow and a 25% movement speed slow, and you hit the target at the same time with both the slows, they're going to be slowed by 35%. I believe. Is how it works. I feel like those on-hit lifesteal changes are going to go insane. They are here. Everyone's going to go the on-hit and the dot damage lifesteal changes. Mages are going to heal for a lot more, and ADCs are going to heal for a lot more based on those changes. So magic lifesteal got more value, and ADCs get more value from lifesteal and magic lifesteal now. So both those changes are kind of crazy. I hate the kill XP change, and I hate the gold change by so much. This is a fine change. Movements now it's okay to cast multiple slows on the same person. Multiple dot damage instance dot effects no longer fully execute minions. This is such a nerf. Such a nerf to Richter. Dots and multiple damage instances now execute minions when 2x their damage value would result in a kill while within the execute threshold. Such a nerf to Richter. Holy balls. His wave clear in laning phase has now been reduced to nothing. It also hurts mages and stuff too, but I only care about Richter. They fucking kill Richter this patch. Fuck me. On-hit effects now benefit from lifesteal and magic lifesteal. Crazy for ADCs. Absolutely crazy for ADCs. On-hit effects are now classified as secondary damage instance that affects the primary target as target of basic damage instance. Affects the primary target of a basic damage instance. Yeah, so on-hit effects are going to go ham. On-hit builds are now going to be a thing again. Sky Splitter, Stormbreaker, Tainted Rounds, all of these things are now going to apply lifesteal on their auto attacks, which is going to be crazy. Double lifesteal builds like you currently do on Grim will now be even better on every ADC, not just Grim. Yeah, gonna be nuts. Proc damage is now apparent to on-hit effects. All on-hit effects are proc damage, and proc damage will interact with other effects the same way they did before. Besides lifesteal and magic lifesteal, other instances of proc damage also interact the same as before. Still benefit from magic lifesteal instead of lifesteal. So proc damage is like combustion and Noxia and such. So crazy. Shields now benefit from armors, which is a massive buff to Muriel, Richter, Steel, Kwang, like I mentioned earlier. Speed buffs, movement speed cap has been increased, so people can run faster now. Zoomies, Boris is going to go ham. Wards have now increased the radius from 800 units to 1200 units. Invisibility delay increased from 3 seconds to 4 seconds. You can now kill them faster when somebody places them, so do not place them in front of an enemy. They will die. I think this means you can kill them at level 1 with your base attack speed now as one person. Radius increase from 800 units to 1200 units is big. That means you can now place them in better spots to cover the entire way into lanes instead of having to choose which path you want to try and ward and hope to God they come through that path.
It's time to take a moment to relax your mind.
Sky Splitter, Rezo, Tainted Round, Stormbreaker passives, etc. Yes, yep, Cure, yep, those kind of things. Should also note that Stormbreaker damage procs apparently act as their own on-hit law, so 4 targets with Stormbreaker means 4 instances of lifesteal. You also have to remember, Cure, that Stormbreaker procs all of your on-hit effects, right? I believe that the way that Stormbreaker works is every on-hit that you have applies Stormbreaker, or applies whenever Stormbreaker procs. So if you have 4 on-hit effects, guys, and they proc all whenever Stormbreaker procs, right? And Stormbreaker hits 4 people, that means that Stormbreaker now, the damage instance of Storm, will heal on 4 people. All of your on-hit effects that apply on the Stormbreaker hit now hits 4 people, and all of your auto attacks that are still applying the base on-hit effects are also healing you. So, yeah, you're gonna be healing like fucking crazy as ADC with on-hit builds. Again, the on-hit builds are going to be crazy with lifesteal. Again, the Grim build right now where people are going Sky Splitter and Terminus with double sustain. Yeah, you're gonna have builds like that on ADCs now, on all the ADCs, but you'll have like there'll be other lifesteal items, like they might go Echo or Nightfall, or I don't know. There's tons of lifesteal items in the game now that they might be going to just get their lifesteal up, because they're gonna be getting a ton of it in their on-hit build with Rezo and Stormbreaker and Sky Splitter, Tainted Rounds, all of the on-hit items. Tower changes. Tower plating, fortification, removal decrease from 15 minutes to 12 minutes. So they're really trying to lower match time. I've seen a lot of like things that would lower match time in this patch. Local gold decrease from 300 to 200. Global gold decrease from 125 to 100. Initial spawn time for gateways decreased from 10 minutes to 8 minutes. Activation charge up time decreased from 2.5 to 1.5. Travel time decreased from 4 seconds to 3.7. No longer grants vision of enemies that are standing on the gateway or in flight. After traveling, now grants 50% decaying movement speed for 3 seconds. Free 20-minute cooldown decrease from 4 meters to 3 meters. Or 4 minutes to 3 minutes. Meters, Jesus. Pre 20-minute cooldown decrease from 4 minutes to 3 minutes. Post 20-minute cooldown decreased from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. Hold on one second. I need to check my phone. Back in with the wife real quick. Okay, so for this, this is a massive buff. Like ginormous buff to gateways. Like massively ginormous buff. Spawning at 8 minutes now, you're going to be able to contest the second Fang Tooth as offlaner a lot easier. Activation charge up time decreasing from 2.5 seconds to 1.5 seconds. You're going to be able to teleport faster. You also get across the map faster. So you can charge up the teleport and teleport faster. You're going to travel across the map faster and no longer grants vision of enemies that are standing on the gateway or in flight. This means that you are going to run to the gateway, start charging it, fly across the map, and the only indicator that they have to know that you are flying across the map is the global sound that comes with it. So if they're in a team fight, or people are talking in Discord, or talking in voice comms, or pinging the communication wheel, or raging because they're mad and angry, they're not gonna fucking hear you, right? They're not gonna hear you teleporting, and you're gonna be behind the duo lane as an offlaner, behind the solo laner as a ADC or as a support, and you're gonna fucking murder them. So these things are almost never used right now, and everybody when they first came out thought they were going to be OP as shit. And I knew the way that they implemented them originally, they were kind of going to be whatever, because they had so many nerfs stacked onto them because they were so scared that people were going to take them the wrong way. And now they're removing some of the nerfs, some of the fucking massive debuffs that went along with these things because they want people to actually try them now. Now that they're used to them, which is good. I agree with you guys saying that this is good. I think this is awesome. This right here is a massive buff. Also, after traveling, you get 50% decaying movement speed. So you're going to teleport across the map faster. You can, you're going to charge it up faster. You're going to teleport faster. They're not going to know you're doing it unless they hear it. And you're going to run to them after you teleport faster. So this thing, I think, will be used and abused quite a bit now. Like, I actually think these things will have impact, especially in laning phase. Supports, offlaners, you're going to be able to gank each other's lane. I think this will be very useful now. OP, I don't think it'll be overpowered. I just think that it'll be useful. It'll add something. It'll add utility to the game. It'll add depth to the game. I was never really against them. I know a lot of people are. Dota has them. Paragon the Overprime had them. Smite has them. I don't hate gateways. I think people overreact whenever they're in the game, saying that they're stupid, that they're dumb. I don't actually hate them at all. I think that they're fine. They still have, it still takes a minute and a half. If your offlaner is paying attention, right? Or if your dual lane's paying attention, saying, hey, you're in voice comms, right? Hey guys, they're on the TP. They're on the TP, back up in solo lane, back up in dual lane. Speak to your teammates, tell them if you saw them go towards the gateway, right? Let your team know that you don't know where your laning opponents are. Hopefully they can back up. Hopefully they'll hear the sound. Yeah, so there is counters to this. They're adding voice comms to the game, so you will be able to talk to your team. So again, no toxicity in voice comms, and this shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, Horatio. Yeah, they still have the audio cue. Like I said, you'll still be able to hear it. It's a global sound when somebody's TPing. So the mid laner could hear it and say, hey guys, somebody's TPing, somebody's TPing. The jungle could hear it, somebody's TPing. You have voice comms now, right? So anybody can hear it and call it out in the new voice comms that'll be in 1.4. So as long as somebody hears it in game, you call it out to your teammates. Okay, it doesn't have to be that specific lane. Anybody can hear it and call it out to their teammates. Minion change, gold change from 28 to 19. Well, now we know why they increased the gold strip, or the gold sharing. Wow. Okay, well, this makes more sense now. This makes more sense because they're doing this. So early on in the game, you get less gold. As you level up to level 4, you start getting more. 7, 10. it's now the same gold. And then once you hit level 13, you now start getting more gold. So as of level, what level? I wonder what level it is based on these gold changes. We'll have to do the math. 25% more. Oh, that's orb changes. Oh, just jungle changes. What is it going to be like? 20? Is it 22? It breaks even. So is it level 4 or level 7? Somebody do the math for me. You get 25 or 35% now. 35 is probably 22. Is definitely 22. Or is it level 1 for the gold share? Almost 40%. It's actually level 1 for the... Oh my god. This is such... Never mind. I still hate the gold change. Never mind. So fucking broken. Oh my god, you're gonna have even a worse time getting a gold lead. Oh my god, I hate this even more now. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I hate this change so fucking much. Jesus Christ. Bro, how... Why are they punishing people for getting leads? Why? Why are we doing that? We just don't want people to get leads in the game? Like, why? Why are we just not wanting people to get leads?
I would just suck the shit out of Crazzyfool's toes.
I hate this so much. I fucking... these gold changes are gonna be... are so fucking stupid. Oh my god, dude. I want to curve the early snowballing. Bro, it's already so difficult to get a lead on somebody if they just play an XP range. This is so... This is gonna make it like... I guess maybe... Okay. Okay, listen. I have to... Every time sorry, let me calm down the frustration so I can get the words out. Okay, Mushmouth needs to not appear. Mushmouth was about to appear there for a second. Okay, no more Mushmouth. Okay, so this is going to sound bad, and I don't want to degrade or downplay anybody, so this is not meant to make anybody feel bad, but I just want to say this coming from a player who I know. I'm at the higher echelon of the gameplay. I understand that this is not... I do not represent majority of the player base when it comes to my gameplay. Okay, I am at Paragon level. I'm not at Gold. I'm not at Silver. I'm not at Plat. I understand that my viewpoint is not the viewpoint of everybody. Okay, listen. I'm not... I just... At the higher tier echelon of gameplay, in order to get a lead in the off lane, you have to try and fully zone them out of XP range, okay? Because they are getting so much passive gold in the game, if you don't zone them out of XP range, it almost doesn't feel like... You almost don't have any value because they're still standing there. You almost want them to walk up so you have a chance to kill them. If they're behind and they're standing there getting gold, you have to play so unbelievably aggressive to try and kill them or try and force them out of XP range that you put yourself into a position to die to the enemy jungle if you really want to try and get a lead. Or to die to the enemy mid lane or die to rotates or whatever, if you really want to try and get leads. If you don't do that and they stand there in XP range, you actually do not get a fucking lead. Like, you'll hit tab and you'll be like, wow, I'm at 2 items and this guy is at basically 2 items. He's like 600 gold off. 500 gold off, 400 gold off, right? He's basically even with me, and he's fucking 50 last hits down. Why is that a thing? That shouldn't be a thing. But because now with the gold values that they've changed, this is even worse. They're going to basically be even with you the entire time. The only way you're going to be able to punish somebody is if you constantly and mercilessly murder them in lane. Now, the problem with that, again, is they're also destroying killing somebody with XP, right? Killing lower health enemy here or lower XP heroes, you get no value XP wise. They already have it in the game where you get no value gold wise for killing them. Now you're getting no value XP wise. So you are playing a extremely high risk position to try and get a lead in your lane. And if you die, you give them an instant comeback where they almost feel ahead. Like they, honestly, if they kill you, they feel like they are ahead of you. That is what happens every time. If you fuck up and get ganked and the person that is behind gets the kill on you, they are massively, unequivocally on par or ahead of you. And it feels like shit. And they just buffed that because you can't zone them out of lane, or you have to zone them out of lane even harder. You have to play even more aggressive now to try and get your lead. And if you play more aggressive, you get punished even harder because they're buffing the kill XP for being behind and nerfing it for killing the same person who's already behind. They're buffing it if you are the behind person, and they're nerfing it again if you're the ahead person. So it's like, bro, you are murdering people when they try to get leads. You're trying to make sure everybody is perfectly even at every point in the game, and that is just not how MOBAs work. Let people get leads. Let people get leads and then have these comeback mechanics in the game where they can get a little bit of extra gold to try and, like, if you have a massive lead like this and they win a team fight, they should be able to catch back up a little bit and then catch back up to break even. They shouldn't be able to go, oh, we're behind, we win one team fight, now we're ahead. I fucking worked my ass off to get this lead, right? I worked my ass off. I inched and I climbed and I crawled to slowly gain an advantage. And you kill me one time and now you're fucking ahead of me after one death? Are you serious? That's such a it feels so shit. Oh, I hate it. Okay, back to the changes. Okay, just some more gold changes. Gold changes again. God damn. Fucking Siege Minion XP. Holy fuck. Do not get zoned off of Siege Minion XP. Jesus fucking Christ. Just don't lose team fights. Kappa? Yeah, I know, man. Remember there's extra minion per wave too? Yeah, there's extra range minion per wave, which is why they decreased range minion XP a little bit. But overall, you're getting way more XP in lane. You're going to level up so fast. They buffed XP for melee minions. They buffed XP for range minions because, again, there's one extra range minion in each wave. So, sure, they nerfed the value by what is this, 8? So 16 in total, but then they gave you 35. So they basically gave you an extra, what is it, 15, right? Yeah. 20. 19. Jesus, I'm dumb. 19. 15, 19. 19 XP per range minion wave if you get all the range minion XP. 19 extra range minion XP. I'm dumb. And then yeah, you get more melee XP, which is there's 3 per wave, so you get an extra 24 here. A level 1. So you get 24, 19, and then fucking 55. Or sorry, 30. What is it? 40? 45? Yeah, 45, not 55. Jesus, I'm dumb. I'm so flustered because of these fucking gold changes, man. I'm so mad. So fucking mad. So mad. So 45 here from this change, 45 XP plus 19 XP plus 24 XP per wave. You're gonna level up extremely fast. They are like, they're trying to reduce match time. Getting kills on like right before siege minion waves is a big deal. Trying to zone people off siege minion waves is a big deal. This is a ton of XP. A ton of XP. So try to zone people off siege minion waves. Try to kill people before siege minion waves. They lose those. They are massively behind. Yeah, and then yeah, they're trying to decrease match time for sure. They're trying to make it to where everybody stays closer, right? It's harder to get your lead, and even if you do get a lead, if you fuck up one time, the enemy team like that won the team fight gets ahead, or like it doesn't matter how far behind you are. If you fuck up one time, you're even. If you are losing a game 4-20, it will take one team fight and you might be 9-20, but you're fucking even. I just want you guys to know that. Don't give up in your matches. If you are losing one team fight, 4 kills to 20 kills. If you win one team fight, you will be even in the game. That's how much they are babying you people that can't play the game from behind and bitch and moan and cry and complain. Oh my God, we're losing the game, FF, please. Shut the fuck up and play. They are babying you guys, okay? They're babying you. These will be shorter on average, but not as massive as you think. I think this is like a pretty big deal. They're trying to decrease match time by quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, obviously people have a hard time, like players have hard times ending games, but we have voice comms in the game now, so it'll help with ending games. We have, like they're trying to keep everybody in the game no matter what on an even playing field. It's gonna help ending games. They're giving everybody more gold, more XP faster. Gonna help ending games. You're gonna get your items faster. You're gonna get your levels faster. Everything that like they're reworking fucking towers, and yeah, it's gonna be a lot easier. You're gonna be able to take objectives a lot easier. Force dwelling monsters healing increased. Force dwell low level monsters healing increased. Burn base damage from 10 to 14, so you can sustain a lot easier. It does more damage to monsters. Red buff and jungle camp's initial spawn time decrease from 85 seconds to 60 seconds. So red buff and stuff will spawn at 60 seconds as well. Jungle is, again, they're just trying to make everything cleared faster. Two, 3, 4, 5 camp XP increased by approximately 25%. Red and blue buff XP increased from 160 300 to 160 340. Negligible. There's just like no XP increase here. Fuck your buffs. Make sure you get your 2 camp, guys. Do not let enemy teams steal your 2 camp. You're gonna be behind. Cyan buff. Additional XP per minute has been increased or decreased from 10 to 5. Fuck you, Cyan buff. Fangtooth. Initial spawn time decreased from 5 minutes to 4 minutes. I mean, everybody's getting levels and gold faster, so fuck it, why not? And your jungle camps are spawning faster, your lane minions are getting to lane faster, so like everything is trying to make the game play faster, so this makes sense. Mini Orm buff duration decreased from 150 to 120. So again, if you get Fangtooth, the first Fangtooth, and then you get Mini, this is increased by 50%, so it's actually 180 if you get the first Fangtooth and then you take Mini. This will be 180 seconds, so still 3 minutes if you get the first Fang. Orb buff 15% bonus damage removed. Thank God, this was OP as shit. It needed to go away. This should never have been in the game in the first place. It was dumb as fuck. Buff and health mana regen removed. Again, these 2 buffs being on Orb were stupid as shit. This was dumb as shit. Now grants 15-35 physical power, 16 to 36 minutes. Now grants 20 to 60 magical power, 16 to 36 minutes. mini? Does this include mini time? Because it doesn't say anything here about reducing the... There's no Ore Prime here. Doesn't say mini's changing. Ore Prime is now spawning at 16. Does mini orb spawn earlier? 5 minutes now instead of 6, right? 7? Spawn at 7? I think it spawns at 7. Does it spawn at 6 now? How are you gonna, like... They're missing patch notes here. But anyway, this granting physical power, I just, like, one thing to note here, guys. They moved it up 5 minutes now, or 6. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay, so this is like 6 minutes, so you can take it earlier in the game. Makes sense, goes a long time along with this, just reduced it by a minute now. And then this being 16 minutes is wild. Like 4 minutes off of Orb Prime. Again, they are trying to reduce match time by a lot. This right here, you might think, wow, they removed 15% damage buff. They removed the base health mana regen. This right here stops people from doing endless sieges, right? Because right now, the way that you do a siege is you walk in, you poke them. If they poke you, you back up. Let me heal off the HP regen. Ha ha ha. I get fucking fountain of health while I'm at the enemy inhib. Blah. This is dumb. So this needed to be removed. People have to play smarter. They have to all in on the inhibs now. They need to actually play the game correctly and not just get saved because you get infinite fountain regen while at the enemy inhib. Smart. Flat 15% damage bonus buff was stupid as shit. Okay, we can all agree upon that, I would hope. Flat 15% was dumb. 15% physical power, or 15 physical to 35. Towards the later stages of the game, this is an item worth of physical power. It's a pretty big deal. And this is an item worth of magical power. It's a pretty big deal. You have to keep in mind, you get both of these on the same character, so the people who scale with both are going to be twice as strong. So Grim, who gets both scalings on his auto attacks, he's gonna hit hard. He gets both because his passive E and his normal base attacks, they're scaling. So everybody who scales off both of these is going to be even better. They're getting a lot of scaling here. So yeah, this also is a buff. Yeah, this is a massive buff to Narbash, healing up his teammates. This also will help with Narbash's passive, healing up his teammates. So this is great. This is great, guys. I like almost all the changes outside the gold drip. Yeah, beatdown. So far, I've liked every single change in the game. I thought was really good, except for the gold drip and the kill XP. Kill XP and gold drip I've hated, but other than that, so far I'm liking this. Everything else has been totally fine and been really good. Minion buff radius increased from 13 to 1500 units, because that's just to go along with auto attack range increase. Melee minion buff damage reduction increased from 50% to 65%. Making it harder to kill. This makes sense because they're removing the regen, right? So this is fine. Range minion increased from 25 to 55. Again, this is because of this being removed. 40 to 55 because of this being removed. This all makes sense. Totally fine. I love this change. I thought this was the stupidest buffs that they had on Orb Prime. I hated them with the fiery passion of 1,000 suns. I hated this one so much. It was so hard to deal with people who would just walk up, poke down the inhib, take a little bit of chunk themselves, wait 30 seconds to heal up and wait for the next minion wave, walk up, hit the inhib a little bit, get poked out, back up, wait for the next one, all in on the third one, right? It was stupid. River buff, green buff, shield, max health scale. Now you have a lot more counterplay to this, so it's good. Green buff, shield max health scaling decreased from 18% to 12%. Gray buff movement speed decreased from 100 to 55. Thank God. Enhanced gray buff out of combat move speed decreased from 15 to 8. Thank God. All the movement speed increases. This needed to be fucking nerfed. Thank God. Enhanced orange buff Omni Vamp increased from 5 to 8. Okay. Enhanced river initial spawn from 21 to 16. Woo-wee. Okay. River buff every 40 seconds. You like it? Where does it say that at? Doesn't say that anywhere. River buffs aren't spawning every 40 seconds. Still every minute. It's every 2 minutes. I mean, why do river bugs spawn at 16? No, this is the enhanced river bug cloud enhanced rivers enhanced. Oh, thank God. Saw that on a leak. I was like, what the fuck? No. I don't know what leaks you were looking at, but no, this is still every 3 minute, every odd minute. But yeah, this is because Orb Prime now spawns at 16 minutes. Your lane minions spawn earlier in the game now, guys. Jungle camps spawn earlier in the game, right? So everything, they are doing everything they can to reduce match time in the game. You get more gold, you run across the map faster. You can take Fang Tooths at 4 minutes instead of 5. You can take mini orbs a minute faster. You get more XP in lane. You get more gold in lane. Like, you get increased gold, increased XP. Everything spawns faster. Lane minions are going to connect in waves faster. Like, everything is faster now. Like, all of the jungle camps are spawning faster. All of the lane minions are hitting faster. You're getting more gold, so you're going to get items faster. You're getting more XP, so you're going to level up faster. Everything they are doing is trying to decrease match time clearly from gameplay changes. They're trying to decrease the match time. So for everybody who thinks the match time is too long, they're trying to, I would assume their internal notes are telling them that their match time is probably getting a little bit out of hand, and they're trying to decrease that. Doesn't it spawn at 15 and 17? No, Orb Prime spawns at 16 minutes now, right? Orb Prime spawns at 16 minutes, I believe. Yeah. What does it say, 16? From 21 to 16? You're right. Why does it say 16? Is this a typo just to put it in there because it's the same? Oh, because at 15 it'll still be the regular river buff. Yeah, but this should say 17 minutes then. Beat down, right? Because this is 21 minutes. Orb Prime spawns at 20 minutes. This is 21, right? This should say 17. But instead of match Prime, but Prime was at 20 minutes. This should say 17. But it doesn't spawn at 16 unless they change the spawn timers. It spawns at 17. They changed the spawn timers? Where? Where do they change the spawn timers for river buff? $16 is the new spawn timer for enhanced river buffs. Again, river buffs spawn at 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 9 minutes, 11 minutes, 13 minutes, 15 minutes, 17 minutes, right? 15 minutes, 17 minutes, 15 minutes, 17 minutes. So are you telling me that they're going to just give us an extra buff? The 15-minute normal river is going to spawn, and then at 16 minutes, we're also going to get an enhanced river? At the summary? I don't understand this though, unless they changed all
With Squarespace, you can turn any
like we're just getting an extra buff.
That means that when you make a website, you can turn your solo birdwatching walks into a
We just have a normal river buff at 15, and then now we're just getting enhanced rivers at 16. that we're changing the cadence of everything spawns earlier. Not everything. The normal rivers still spawn. Well, I guess we don't get 1 minute. It's 3 minutes, 5 minutes, so on. There's no river at 1 minute, but are we getting rivers at 2 minutes now? 2, 4, 6, 8. Where does it say we're swapping to every even minute? Are we getting everything at every even minute?
Connect to your inner what's for dinner as you take a deep what's for dinner and exhale out. When the clock strikes dinner, think Stouffer's delicious mac and
They missed something.
Tap
They missed something.
learn more.
Or do enhanced rivers even spawn minutes? So we missed something, or there's a typo. That's all I'm gonna say. Because either this should be 17 minutes, right? Because 21 down to 17, or this is either a typo or they missed a patch note in here somewhere. So this, I'm going to assume this means 17 minutes, guys. So let's just say that enhanced rivers spawn at 17 minutes for the first time. Okay, 17 minutes, which would make sense to go along with everything else. Maybe they are all on even numbers now since everything spawns earlier. It's very possible that everything is on even numbers now, but they don't say it in the patch notes, so I'm going to assume that this is 17 minutes. Somebody go watch somebody else's gameplay video. Go watch somebody who plays mid on YouTube real quick. Fast forward to a river buff timer and see what time it's at. It'd be a weird typo if they did it twice. You are correct, Titan, but yeah, we're just gonna have to move on. This is weird. That's just weird. Argussi. I'm gonna be thinking about that now. I'm gonna have to ask some people. Health has been decreased. Ouch. Health regen decreased as well. Mana increased from 450 to 540. Mana growth increased. So just changing up the stats. Physical power, growth, armor increased, armor growth increased, speed has been increased. Nice. Still a slow little fat dwarf. Passive base damage increased from 2 to 4. Scaling increased from 0.012 to 0.025 for his disintegrate passive. Stack multiplier increased by 0.35% to 50. Sorry, not 0.35. From 35% to 50%. Duration decreased from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. You're going to ramp up your damage a lot faster with disintegrate. Just don't fuck up and reset it. It's easier to reset the passive, but you're going to ramp it up a lot faster. Like, you're going to be able to just demolish shit with your right click. A little bit of extra mana to compensate. First river spawns at 3 minutes. It spawned at 17 minutes. Okay, it's 17, so they typoed it twice. It's still 17 minutes, they just typoed it twice. Cool. Glad we solved that. Great detective work, team. Dreadnova, Blink Proxy compatible. What is, I guess we're Blink proxying his stun, which, I mean, it's everything should be Blink Proxy, but weird. Projectile speed increased from a 2850 to 3200, so his Q is going to go faster. Gravity decreased from a 0.9 to 0.85. Collision radius increased, so it's a lot bigger AoE. Projectile radius increased from 18 to 35. Easier to hit people as it's flying through the air as a projectile. So easier to hit people as it's flying through the air, easier to hit people when it lands because it's a bigger AoE. Base damage increased from 80 up to 225, from 80 to 180 to 85 to 225. Pretty big increase in damage at the later levels. Cooldown has been increased to 17 at all. There's no fucking cooldown scaling. And it gets a lot more costly at the higher levels. Why? Why nerf him? This hard. This is 4 seconds is a lot. Why do we need this nerf? I didn't even notice that the first time I played him. Oh. That hurts. No longer blocks ability targeting, including blinks and ground targeting. So this is a pretty big nerf to Argus as well. Not being able to block blinks with his Ether Crystal. People hated this, that it could block blinks. People hated it with the fiery passion of 1,000 Suns. So they had to take it out of the game. It was like the most complained about thing with Argus is that his Ether Crystal could block blinks. I thought it was like a skill gap thing. Don't fucking flash into the Ether Crystal if you don't want to get blocked by it. It's a big fucking crystal in front of your face. Don't fuck up. But they had to take it out. Too many people complaining, I guess. Oh well, is what it is. Feels like shit getting it blocked, so I guess people will be happier. The ground targeting thing makes sense. Don't let it block ground targets. Feels like shit when everything clips on everything, so they probably just made it not considered. It's probably no longer considered terrain, which is what it was before, which is why ground targeting no longer blocks it and blinks no longer block. Yeah, I guess beat down. Roast unlocked. Yeah. It's fixed at 80 cost. Oh, it is fixed at 80 cost. I read that one backwards. Clearcast, you're right. Yeah, it's fixed at 80. They didn't need this nerf though. That's kind of wild. But it is fixed at 80. They less mana, but fixed at 80. Or fixed at 80, but longer cooldown. That's still crazy. 4 seconds is a lot. Ether Crystal, yeah, getting this is a pretty big nerf. Base damage decreased. It's fine. Hit. Fuck, bro. Scaling increased. I guess this is base damage is being decreased because of the disintegrate, because this can stack disintegrate damage pretty quickly. Scaling has been increased from 60 to 80, and there's a big scaling increase. Cooldown changed from 15 to 13. Cost increased 70 to 90. So that's fine. Decreased the cost early game. Longer cooldown early game, but cheaper. Nerfed the damage late game. It's fine. Scaling, so not a big deal. Increased the scaling by quite a bit. Particle Shredder alternate can now blink without canceling. That is massive. Love that. Projectile range decreased. Fuck you. Base damage decreased from 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 to 17, 24, 31, 31, 38, 45. Massive nerf. They just nerfed this. And they nerfed it again. Scaling increased from 10 to 15. This is probably because of Disintegrate being buffed so heavily. It's passive. Stacking this will ramp this up very fast, so it's fine. Cooldown changed from 5 at all levels, or 5, 4.25, 3, 5, 2 to 3 at all levels. So you can cast it more in the laning phase to chase people down and push their shit in. You can also clear waves a lot easier. Yeah, just cast it again, clear the wave, move on. Interesting. Cost increased from 7, 9, 11, 13, 15 to 14. Oh my god. 16, 18, 20, 22. Good thing they made the other shit cheaper and increased his mana pool. Fuck me, bro. Self-slow increased from 30% to 40%. Yeah, I mean, ADCs just get slowed by 30% when they're in combat, but, you know, Argus, fuck you, 40% when you're casting your right click, I guess. Sure. I mean, overall, it's probably fine. Disintegrate being buffed is kind of a big deal. This is like a massive buff to his passive, so he's probably going to be totally fine. Overall, this is you're gonna like build this very fast. It's gonna do a lot of damage, so he's probably fine. Aurora 760, yeah, whatever. We don't care about base stats. Base stats were changed. Look at those. I'm not gonna read all those off. Percent max health damage increased from 1%. Why? Maximum health to 1% and 0.1% per level. Why increase this? From 0.06 to 1% per level. This passive is already broken as shit. Scaling, just decrease the scaling. We don't need to increase anything. She's stupid in lane already. Just okay. Glacial charge mana cost decreased. Why? He has no mana problems from what I've seen on anyone ever. Or she's also about to get like massive buffs here, right? Horror Frost being Blink proxy compatible. Another thing that they don't say in here is you can now jump and use this ability. Another weird choice on what abilities will affect what. Argus can boop his teammates, but how he can't. Blink proxy is now available, but again, you can also jump and cast Horror Frost. So this is the E. So this is her ring around her. So right now, whenever you cast Horror Frost, you have to you root yourself. So if you're chasing a target, right? You're chasing, or even all of a sudden you stand there while they keep moving to try and throw a ring around yourself, right? They keep moving, so you miss. Okay. Now you're chasing, you jump to keep them momentum, and then you root and you're going to catch them. Because you're going to jump in the air, keep momentum, and cast your ability. So that's a massive buff to Horror Frost. You no longer have to stand still to cast your root, your AoE ring. You gotta jump and use it. Cast time decreased as well by 0.01. Does that make a big difference? I guess for something it must have felt better. Radius increased from 440 to 540. Wow, that's your ring is going to be huge. People are going to have to get used to where they need to ring people now. Base damage, it changed from 100 to 80 to 260. So from 100 to 200, from 80 to 260. So base damage increased at later, nerfed at early. Scaling has been decreased, thank God. Root duration decreased from 125 to 1 second, thank God. Cooldown changed from 15 down to 11 to 14 down to 12. So lower cooldown at low levels to higher cooldown at higher levels, but higher base damage at lower levels to lower base damage at lower levels to higher base damage at higher levels. So lower CDR, lower base damage to higher CD or higher cooldown, higher base damage. Okay. Cost decreased. Lowering her mana again. She must have got a mana in her base stats nerf. I mean, I think this is fine overall. Pretty big damage nerf here, but it's not like she uses this for damage anyway. This is just catch. And Blink proxy is a big deal, and being able to jump and use this. Both of those things are massive buffs to this. All of this other stuff, you could forget about it. Being able to blink while in your animation and being able to jump and use this ability, massive buffs in themselves. Damage is up, but base prots are up. They will definitely be going back to mess with TTK for sure. Yeah, she does run people down at level 1. I don't know why we need to increase this crap, but so yeah, like this right here is getting a massive buff just without any of this other stuff. It's massively buffed from Blink proxy and from the other E. Boreal Sweep alternate. So this is her shoots out ice on the ground. Delay before explosion is decreased. Cast time has decreased. Scaling has decreased. Base damage has increased barely. Secondary damage has increased barely. A lot at the later stages. 170 to 240. Flow has decreased. Cooldown decreased. I assume we're going to see a lot of slows being decreased because slows now stack. So that's fine. Cooldown decreased. Oh, wow. Pretty big fucking buff. 3 seconds at level 1. You're going to trade like a mad lad. Holy fuck. And it does more damage at level 1. With the lower cooldown by 3 seconds. With your passive doing more damage early on. Give me annoyingest fucking lane. Cost is increased though. Prioritize them. Again, you can jump and use it and Blink proxy. This is both massive buffs to the ability alone. Base damage has been increased. Wow. Secondary base damage is also increased. Wow. Scaling increased. Secondary scaling is decreased. Okay, at least they decreased something. Cooldown is decreased. Wow. Okay, level 6, you're gonna fucking own. Wow. Holy cow. Countess. Again, stats. You guys can read the stats. It's fine. Aurora's kind of like, wow. Aurora's kind of getting some pretty fucking good buffs. Jesus, guys. Countess. Dealing damage to enemy hero with abilities 2 times, applies within 4 seconds, applies hemorrhage, dealing 8% of their maximum health as true damage over 4 seconds, granting Countess 5% movement speed for the same duration, refunding 25% of her basic ability cooldowns. This effect can stack, but will not refresh. Okay, I'm gonna need everybody to like understand how insane this passive is for a second, okay? 8% of their maximum health as true damage over 4 seconds, and she gets 25% of her basic ability cooldowns refunded, and it stacks. There's so many people that were commenting on my Countess video talking about how big of a nerf she is getting to her primary, which is her shadow slip, because she can't Q onto a target, Q off, go in and out of team fights. Okay, that is, she does not have to hard commit beatdown. She doesn't hard commit to anything. She gets 25% of all of her basic abilities refunded to her. 25%. If she gets 4 hemorrhage stacks, her cooldowns are 100% refunded. 100% if she gets 4 hemorrhage procs. 4 hemorrhage procs is 100% refund. And she's guaranteed 2. She's guaranteed 2, and all she needs is 4. And I'm going to show you why she's guaranteed 2. Now summon a shadow at the target location that slows enemies, deals damage upon spawning. Countess can still activate this to swap places with the shadow. Damage has been decreased by a little bit. Slow has been decreased. Retrigger time has been increased. Cooldown has been increased. And cost increased from 60 to 80. Okay. So she throws her shadow in front of her at a target location, does damage in an AoE around her. Again, this applies the first hit of your hemorrhage, right? You have to apply it twice to hit people with 2 damaging abilities within 4 seconds. This applies the first hit. Can apply the first hit, right? So this, you throw your shadow in front of you, you hit them for damage, slows them, you can re-trigger it, go onto it, throw it onto them, right? Then now you Q onto them. Now it's a standard projectile. This means you can throw it up into the air, you can throw it in front of you, you can throw it, wherever you need to. You can go up in the air, right? You can hit targets that are airborne, Skylar, Howie, ult, stuff like that. Damage decreased again by just a little bit. This is because her passive is now taking 8% of their health, so she needs a little bit of a damage nerf. Scaling has been increased, cooldown has been increased as well. So if she throws her Q onto somebody and then activates it and is on top of them and hits them with Eventide, she now has refunded 25% of her Q cooldown and 25% of her Eventide cooldown. Now deals 75 bonus damage to monsters. Base damage has been decreased. Scaling has been increased. Base healing has been decreased. Health scaling increased. Hero healing modifier increased. Cooldown has been decreased as well. So again, this can also apply a stack. If you miss your Q and you Q on to people, you can hit your E, hit your R&B. You now have applied a hemorrhage stack. So between these 3 abilities, you can easily apply at least 1 hemorrhage stack, no problem. Feast now applies suppression instead of stun. 1 second, guys. Applies a hemorrhage stack, guaranteed. Again, you Q into a team fight, you have 3 abilities, you hit 2 of them. That's a hemorrhage stack. This is if you hit 1 person. Your Q is AoE, your shadow slip, this is AoE, this is AoE, this is AoE. Okay? You have 3 AoE abilities. If you hit 1 person with 2 of these, you get 25% of your cooldowns refunded. Now, when you ult, you guarantee 25% of your cooldowns refunded. Okay. Again, this will no longer heal normally. It deals 50% more damage and heals equal to all the damage dealt when used on targets affected by hemorrhage. So you apply hemorrhage to somebody, and then you ult them. Again, you have to have hemorrhage applied already before you ult them. This applies hemorrhage, but they already have to have hemorrhage applied for it to deal this. Damage has been decreased from 180 to this. Because of this, it deals 50% more damage if they have hemorrhage applied, and then scaling has been decreased. So she does burst a lot, okay? Don't let it fool you. She does burst a lot. Her passive stack is wild. 2 hours of yapping to listen to tonight. 2 hours of yapping, and we're here. We haven't even got through all the hero kits. There's just fucking 2 more hours of fucking changes to talk about. So again, this is going to be, you're going to queue into a team fight. If you hit one person with 2 stacks of hemorrhage, which should not be hard, you're going to refund 50% of this cooldown. 50% of this cooldown. So without any ability haste, this 20 seconds is now 10. You do not have to all in. I have seen, if you go watch Joey, he has a video out where he has time flex band on Countess, and he uses his shadow slip 3 times in 12 seconds. 3 times in 12 seconds, he uses shadow slip. Because he is hitting multiple people multiple times with all of his abilities. He's constantly applying more and more hemorrhage stacks, right? Over and over and over and over and over. So he's using all of his abilities nonstop, just AoE, 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 AoE. He gets ganked by, I think there's 4 people on him, and he kills one and almost gets out, right? Like, this character is going to be nuts. And now, by the way, 8% of their maximum health has true damage over 4 seconds. This is a dot. And now magical lifesteal applies to dots. So, do I like Deadlock? I haven't played Deadlock in a long time. I do want to go back and try it eventually, though. Countess is going to be very strong, guys. Crunch, he doesn't get very many reworks. Again, there's his passive. Blink proxy is now available on his left crunch. Base damage has been increased. Physical damage power scaling has been massively increased on his left crunch. Empowered base damage changed from same non-empowered 30, 70, 110, 150, 190. Powered physical power scaling. Waiting for my wife to come back here, and then I'll have to mute for a second, guys. Right crunch. Blink proxy is now available. Empowered now launches crunch upwards 300 units if they're already in the air. So if crunch jumps and he has his empowered knockup, he will go higher in the air, 300 units higher in the air. If he has his empowered E, this will allow him to get over terrain with his empowered knockup. Remember, you jump higher in the game now. You jump 1,000 units instead of 650, and then he can also use his empowered to jump even higher.
What's your dream? Getting your own espresso?
We're turning to try. They made it 3 lanes. Yeah, as long as it's not they turned it into a hero brawler for a while to Vino. So as long as it's no longer a hero brawler and they made it to where it has laning phases, then I'll come back and try it at some point. But I'm really enjoying Pred, so we'll see when I come back and try it. I don't know. Katniss, it might be well balanced. It might not be. Other than that, it's just scaling changes. I'm not going to continue to go through all this other stuff. We're gonna keep going through this fast. Just some scaling changes. Increase the scaling 110%. Board crunch. We're gonna try and make this a little bit quicker. I have been talking a while, and we have a long way to go. So, go over the major points. Base dash distance has been decreased by 30%. So again, pretty big nerf to dash distance on crunch. So all this other stuff has just been scaling. Base damage nerfs, scaling, base damage nerf. Blink proxy compatible. You can start your dash and blink halfway through your dash to keep going further. Pretty good. Pretty good there. No longer blocks jumping for additional time. Cancel window on mist decrease. Animation cancel on window. Huh. Okay. Healing physical power scaling increase from 25% to 70% is a pretty big deal with this ultimate, so lots more healing on crunch. Build tainted against crunch. Build tainted against crunch, please. He is a guy, you're gonna have to consider this guy like Rampage. Build tainted. He's gonna have mutilator and 70% increased healing here. Build tainted. Decker changes. There's really not many Decker changes. This is gonna be fucking quick. This is the biggest thing for Decker. Her Q. Now you can use your Q and move, and it'll go where your Q is. Currently, the way that Decker Q works is if you hit your Q button, or your photon disruptor, which is the beam that goes on the ground that travels in a line. If you hit that ability and you turn, it still goes where you hit it. Okay. So if I cast it here and quickly turn, even if it hadn't come out yet, it's gonna go here. Okay. So now if I cast the ability and turn, it's gonna come out where it's gonna go where I'm looking now when it spawns. Okay. So if I cast it here and it spawns and I'm looking here, it's gonna go here. The way that it currently works, if I cast it here and it spawns and I'm looking here, it goes here. So it's gonna feel a lot better. There has been 2 hours of Yappin. Yeah, it's a lot of changes, bro. And these gameplay changes are a big deal. The game is gonna be a lot different based on the gameplay changes alone, not just the hero balance changes, man. Drongo increases, decreases. Wastelander no longer cleansable. Can't cleanse his passive anymore. Now deals damage when applied. Okay. Gag grenade now spins in the air. So gag grenade no longer on the ground. You get hit by it, or you stand in it. Silences you for 3 fucking seconds. Stupid bullshit. Now is going to silence you based on getting hit by it. For the initial 0.8, 0.91, 1.1, 1.2 seconds. It's still going to be on the ground. Like, the visual is still going to be on the ground, but it just spins while it's in the air. It's just a visual update. It's going to go, and then when it lands on the ground, it's on the ground. If you're in it for the full 3 seconds, it doesn't matter. It's only going to silence you for 0.8, 0.9, 1.1, 1.2. It's not going to silence you for the full 3 seconds. Massive change needed to happen. Drongo Gag Grenade OP. Does do a lot more damage though, so don't stand in it. Does do more damage. Rad rounds no longer cleansable. Absolutely nuts buff. He does nerf. They are nerfing the damage of it a little bit down here. Cooldown now commits at the end of the ability instead of the start, so they are nerfing it a little bit here, but no longer cleansable is a big deal. Kind of like the biggest thing with Drongo is being able to cleanse the rad rounds. Just some, basic nerfs to the old Rusty, the boomerang, no big deal. Shrapnel cannon. The biggest thing about this is if you're standing on the ground and you cast your ultimate, you no longer fly backwards. In order to fly backwards, you have to jump, cast your ultimate, and then you fly backwards. Okay. You have to jump if you want to fly backwards. Otherwise, whenever you're standing on the ground and you cast your ultimate, he's not gonna fly. The Yappin, and I'm still halfway on the page. There's been the 2 changes that I have hated so far. Only been 2 that I've hated. Okay. Hill XP. The way that they've changed that is just so horrible, in my opinion. It's gonna make it to where if you get a lead and you die, it already feels like if you get a lead and you die, they instantly come back into the game. But now if you get a lead and you die, it's going to be even worse. Oh my God, is it going to feel bad? You also can't keep killing the same you get no value killing the same person. Like none. You're just winning. All right, let's try this. Weird. I did a full reset on it, so hopefully it doesn't freeze again. Weird, weird, weird. Okay. Reaping Dash now resets on cooldown. It deals damage equal to 8% of the target's current health, which is kind of a big deal. We didn't read his passive at all anymore. Or we didn't read his passive, but scoring a takedown on the enemy hero grants Feng Mao a stack once per unique hero. Start over from the beginning? Okay. From the beginning, yeah. And not the beginning. Beginning of Feng Mao, sure. Scoring a takedown against an enemy hero grants Feng Mao a stack once per unique hero. Up to 5 stacks. Stacks increase physical power by 5 up to 20%. Right? So every time you get a kill, increasing the damage or the physical power. So pretty big deal. Kind of crazy. No longer grants a shield, grants a spell shield, and then if your spell shield blocks an ability, these stats are doubled. Kind of wild. 52 physical power, 18% move speed. If it blocks a still freezing for you. What the hell's going on? What is happening?
It's giving me a major error on my battery.
Hmm. Well, I just checked my ISP. There's no issues on my side. I have 1,000 down and 1,000 up. I don't know what's going on. Weird. Like, why does it give him passive move speed? What, this? It does currently, right? It gives him movement speed right now, currently. Maybe too many tabs, I don't know. I mean, there's no way, but I'll close out of him just because. No, I haven't covered Wraith yet. There's no passive, I mean, the passive movement speed on this, it does currently, so he's an assassin, he's trying to get in and out of the team fight. If he blocks an ability, he's going to get a big boost of movement speed. Hamstring now is 2 damage instances instead of 1, so it's going to be harder to burst people, but still going to do quite a bit of damage. Reaping Dash resetting on takedown is a pretty big deal, and it now deals additional damage equal to 8% of the target's current health. So they gave him his old passive on his Reaping Dash, and they kept the original damage, and then it also has scaling increase, so his Reaping Dash is going to do a lot of damage, but the cooldown is really long. So something to think about is his laning phase is going to be a lot worse. He might not be a laner anymore, because this was kind of his way to trade. He doesn't have that anymore. He also doesn't have a spell shield or a shield to trade anymore with. He kind of has nothing to trade with in lane. He might just be a straight jungler now. There really is. He doesn't have anything to trade with. Yeah, he might not be able to lane like at all. It froze again? Is it really frozen again? Are we still live, guys? Tell me. Can blink while casting, which is a big deal for chasing people. Can now use smart cast or user confirmed cast options. Now goes on cooldown instead of when dealing damage. On cast instead of when dealing damage. You can cancel this now. Nice. YouTube is fine. You don't know about Twitch. Okay, Richard. I'm just going to keep going for the YouTubers then. But this going on cooldown now when cast instead of when dealing damage, you can cancel his ult. So this is like Fuck you, Feng Mao. Width decreased, so it's harder to hit. Scaling has been decreased, so it doesn't scale as well. So fuck you, Feng Mao. Cancel is ultimate, guys. Cancel it. CC it, and it will go on cooldown. You can cancel Feng Mao ult. Gadgets. Oh my god, another one that gets massive changes. Her passive is now get to 1 FDA stack, 1 magical power per 5 stacks. Killing an enemy minion grants 1 stack. Dealing damage to enemy heroes grants 3 stacks. Once per activation. Grants takedowns grant 20 stacks. So, oh, what the? Takedowns grant 20 stacks. So her passive is just infinitely scaling magical power. So if she's at 20 stacks, this is 4 magic power. So if she kills somebody, she gets 4 magic power. If she gets to 100 stacks, that's 20 magical power, right? Kind of nuts. She's gonna get stacks pretty quick. Sticky Mine, the only change to this really is that when you auto attack somebody, it will do extra damage. So dealing an enemy that has a sticky mine attached to them with a basic attack empowers the mine and deals extra damage. So throw a mine on somebody and then smack them with an auto to get extra damage. Projectile overlap radius has been increased. She can throw this thing a lot further now, I believe, as well. So yeah. Now it travels forward up to 1750 units over 1.2 seconds. This is the gate. This thing now moves forward. You can throw it forward at people. Width has been decreased. Height has been decreased. No longer destroys upon dealing damage. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff to this. Movement speed magnitude increased, so you can run through it, get 60% movement speed. Base damage has been decreased. Scaling has been decreased. Root increased to 1.5 seconds. So you throw this at somebody, right? You can throw it and it moves across the map and it can root them. So you can also throw it in the air and root people in the sky, like Howie or Skylar, whoever else is flying. Do we have any idea on the average amount of stacks she'll be able to get in game? It just depends on the player, I think. Seek and Destroy will follow the closest enemy, or will follow the nearest enemy within its radius. So throw it on somebody, it'll follow them now. Tesla Dome now expands the radius by additional 60% across 2 seconds. So the AoE gets nerfed from 750 to 500, and then it expands 300 units. So the AoE of it actually gets increased to 800 by the end of it expanding. So it starts here and then it grows. So it'll grow up to 800 units in width. Gideon, his passive will now root the target at the end of the duration for 1 second. Cosmic Rift now hits targets as it passes through them in the sky. So if there's a Skylar in the sky and you throw a Gideon rock Cosmic Rift and it hits the Skylar as she's in the sky, it passes through her, it'll do damage to her, right? No longer will just ignore the Skylar, so Gideon can now hit people in the air. No changes to that. Void Breach, no changes to that. Just scaling. Black Hole can no longer be cleansed, so you can't cleanse it and then walk out of it as an ADC. Full strength has been increased. Radius has been decreased. So it's now a lot harder to deal with this as a team. You kind of have to CC it in order to get out of it. Gideon can now act 2.75 seconds after casting Black Hole. What this means is you cast your Black Hole, the Black Hole is going off in an AoE, right? And then Gideon will fall out of his Black Hole. The Black Hole will still be going on, but he'll be able to cast the ability very briefly at the end of his ult. So your ult will still be happening, and you'll be able to use your Cosmic Rift and your Void Breach. You'll be able to use your abilities at the very end of your Black Hole while it is still going on. That's what this means. What's up, F6? Yeah, just her basic attacks flyer. Stoicism, passive reworked for Greystone as well. Regenerate 0.2% of your maximum health per second and gain 4 per level, 4 plus 1 per level physical armor. These values are increased by 1% per missing health, and healing is double to win under 50%. So he has a shitload of sustain in lane. You're going to poke him and he's going to go, I'm going to back away for a second and I'm going to heal up. Lots of healing sustain in lane. Make way primary no longer extends the duration when it on additional hits, so you can't extend the duration of the AoE that he throws out, but it now has physical armor shred for a total of 32% armor shred. You no longer have to build Basilisk, guys. No longer have to build Basilisk on Greystone. Sacred Oath now increases his attack range and no longer have to hit it 3 times. There's only 1 auto attack. Grants 100% cleave. Total physical power scaling changed to bonus physical power scaling. Base damage has increased from this to this, right? So it hits them harder. It'll hit them harder in total. Added 2% maximum health scaling as damage. So he scales off total. He scales off bonus physical power and scales off his maximum health. With his E, it has 100% cleave. You no longer have to build Overlord. And we know that Overlord's changed. You no longer have to build Basilisk. Kind of wild. The slow is increased as well, so you can chase people down. It's 1 big hit instead of multiple small hits. The cooldown's lower. So they're just making it to where you no longer have to build shit on this guy. You don't have to build sustain anymore, because you get a lot of sustain from his passive. You don't have to build Basilisk. You don't have to build Overlord, because you can clear shit super fast. The leap, when you land it, now grants 30% decaying movement speed. So again, you can, if you leap on somebody and you pop your Q, you have movement speed, you're shredding their armor, you're hitting them with your E to slow them, you have 100% cleave with your first E attack. He's getting all of the buffs. All of them. You can just build like Earthshaker now and you have attack speed, you have armor shred, you have movement speed, you have health regen. What are you missing? Stormforge ult, you can now cast it while you're in the air. No longer has player collision, you can walk through it. Removes anti-heal. So your ult removes all anti-heal. He doesn't have to worry about anti-heal. Doesn't have to worry about anti-heal. Doesn't have to build Basilisk. Doesn't have to build Overlord. Gets movement speed when he jumps on people, so he can stick on them. Gets passive regen. Kind of crazy. Up.
Me.
Oh, you unfortunately, you're sad that you're up. Sorry, baby. Holy cow. Explosion radius increase from 360 to 500. Base damage, yeah, it's just scaling changes, right? Nothing crazy here. Okay, you're going to bed. Love you, baby. Sweet dreams. Assault mode now gains 6, 9, 12, 15, 18% attack speed for 2.5 seconds when landing in sentry mode.
Whether you're saving for a state-of-the-art espresso maker or your own place to put it in, Central Bank is here with savings tools, mortgages, and other financial solutions to help you dream bigger, bank better. Centralbank.net, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 407985.
Added 20, 40, 60, 80, 100% cleave.
Thanks to McDonald's. Like when someone says filet of fish, they might just think fish sandwich, but I imagine wild-caught Alaskan pollock on melty cheese. 10-piece chicken McNuggets, I picture bite-sized bliss. But a Big Mac, I think of more than a burger. It's perfection. I can grab any two with the buy one, add one for $1 deal.
The Grim gets a fuckload of attack speed. A level 1, 24% attack speed, and has 100% cleave. You have a ranged cleaving hero. Holy! They decreased the slow though. Hey guys, they decreased the slow. Increase the attack range. So, as I mentioned before, guys, every character in the game has every ranged character in the game has 1500 attack range now, except for a few. Grim has 1300 auto attack range unless he is in assault mode. When he's in assault mode, he has 1500. Kind of like when Yin activates her E, she gets increased attack range. Grim only has standard basic attack range when he has his E activated, his assault mode activated. Otherwise, he will have reduced auto attack range. Keep that in mind. Healing is decreased, mana restored, changed just basically to level, where it was at level 3 permanently. So better early game, worse late game. Cost increased from 20 to 30. This is wild. This is, he's gonna farm so fast. Deflector shield, whatever. CTFO, whatever. Buffs, nerfs. This is Grux, Bloodlust passive. They removed the Omnivamp off of his passive. Scaling on his passive is increased to 25%. Smash and grab, now smart cast by default with a minimum channel of 0.3 seconds and a maximum of 1. So this is a channel ability now. This is his big pull. Now a channel. Range changed from 1050 total. This is his base range to 600 at the lowest. 1800 at the highest. Based on channel time. My God. Get over here, bitches. Holy. You can also jump and use this. You can also blink during this. Like, lots of fun stuff you're gonna be able to do with this. Jump before you start casting it to get a little bit of extra range. Blink while you're casting it to get a little bit of extra range, I believe. It doesn't say it's blinkable, but I would imagine maybe actually this isn't blinkable. That would suck. It would feel really bad if that you can't blink. It doesn't say blink proxy. That would suck if you can't blink during this, but maybe they did that because otherwise you'd have like a 3000 unit engage range, which would be kind of crazy, but still. Crush blink proxy available, now deals damage to all targets it passes through. No longer stuns but knocks up still. Knocks up targets. Increase the range by 40%. So this your dash ability on Grux now goes further. No longer stuns but it still knocks people up. Which I assume means that they can use their dash and movement speed abilities when they're knocked up. Now does not collide upon reaching heroes, but instead stops shortly after damaging them. So when you collide with a hero, you're now going to be behind them. So I knock Steel up, I'm going to land behind him, and now I'm behind him. So he goes up in the air, and I go behind him. Okay, so no more blocking Grux. You're going to knock people up, and they go on you. Oh God, I can't get out. I'm Grux. They're body blocking me. I need a dash. Well, now when you dash, you're going to knock them up and you're going to go behind them. Right? They can't body block your dash anymore. Double Pain now restores. He no longer has Omnivamp anymore on his passive, right? My Fly, thank you for the gifted sub, baby. Or resub, not gifted, resub. Thanks for the resub, my friend. Blink proxy is now available with Double Pain, but restores 3.54, 4.55% maximum health, plus 18% of your missing health when damaging a hero or monster. 5% of maximum, 18% of missing. When this guy gets low health, can I start during jump? Yes, you can start your E. You can jump and E still to Servage to get that little bit of extra oomph. Yes, you can still jump and dash on Grux. This right here, you are going to. This is a extremely low cooldown ability. Remember, you are going to sustain when you're low health. You're going to see a Grux. His HP bar is going to go. Oh, I'm getting him so low, chunk. Oh, I'm getting him so low, chunk. I can't kill him. Oh, he's gonna heal like crazy when he's low health. Holy. He gets a fuckload more attack speed from his ult now too, right? His ult attack speed increased 40, 100 at level 3. 100 at level 3. This guy's a life stealer. He's not a... he is a life stealer now. I gotcha. You know. You get like 600 HP now if you have 10% health. Yeah. But this, yep. But yeah, so with this, lots of attack speed from your ult. Less, you don't steal as much physical power from the enemy, right? So you used to steal physical power. You don't steal as much anymore, but you do have an insane amount of attack speed. Gruxgo Gruxon. Howie, nothing's really changing here. He's just doing more damage on his passive. R2000 missile. The change on this, it will now deal bonus damage if you hit the target directly. So the way that people play Howie now is they play max range and they try to explode it next to the person, right? So it does extra damage, or they shoot it at their feet, so it does extra damage because you exploded on the ground next to them, so it'll hit them because it's hard to hit that person directly with the ability. But they said, you know what? We're tired of people not aiming it at the person. We're tired of people just aiming it next to them. So we're going to add some skill gap to this ability. And now if you hit someone directly with the missile, it does extra damage. So try to get good at landing this ability on somebody. Landmine, this is all the same. His right click is basically all the same, no biggie. Make it rain, this has changed. This is where it gets wild, okay? The duration has decreased to 3.25 seconds. Now fires 3 barrages of 8 missiles over 0.52 seconds each, with 0.52 second gaps in between each barrage instead of 16 across 1.6 seconds. So he now fires 24 missiles instead of 16 missiles. And I'm just going to skip down to the bottom. Scaling per missile increased from 6% to 9.5%. So the total scaling is increased from 96% scaling to 228% scaling. In addition, they increased the base damage. Well, the total base damage has increased, but the damage per missile has decreased, right? Because there's more missiles. You have 24 now instead of 16, so there's more base damage on the ability itself as a whole. So I have the people that I have talked to that have used this ultimate do not like it. I've seen Howie ult, like the because of this new way that it's scaling is done, 228% scaling. It has more missiles now. It has, you know, the increased base damage per missile, increased base damage and everything too. I've seen like the base damage of a Howie ult have well over 2,000 damage. Base, you know, it was like 2,500 or something. In a video that I was shown during the internal testing, but they don't like the way this feels because you basically shoot 8 shots and you sit there in the air, and then you shoot 8 shots and then you sit there and then you shoot 8 shots, and it doesn't feel like you can burst people apparently. So from what I'm hearing is this does not feel good. I don't know, I didn't play him, but this doesn't feel good, even though you're hitting for over 2,000 damage with his ult. Guess we'll have to see. I don't know. Anybody who's watched anybody else play with Howie, and let me know. Iggy, Spew, which is his primary, which is his auto attack. Damaging enemy heroes with Spew now grants active turrets 50% attack speed, which is wild. Badland is no longer cleansable, which is his passive. Scaling increase from 2% to 3%. Flame turret will now have a white decal to indicate tower range. Nothing really crazy here. Oil spill, fixed an issue where oil fields wouldn't fully ignite due to small terrain issues, whatever. Fixed an issue where oil fields wouldn't fully ignite when oil spill impacted burning targets or Molotov fire fields. Damn. There's an ad in progress. You guys probably missed the Howie bolt change, but hopefully for you, those of you who are subbed, you saw it. But yeah, so now that Iggy has 50% increased attack speed on his turrets, his turret as a whole is going to be just kind of wild, the damage that it's going to do. Oil spill fixing bugs is nice. Molotov, link proxy, whatever. They increase the range of this. Increase the AoE of it. Nothing crazy. Inferno now grants flame turrets 50% increased attack speed upon activation. So, and he gets movement speed. So now, if Iggy auto attacks somebody, he gets 50% increased attack speed on that person, and then you can activate your turret, or you can activate your ult, which gives his turrets another 50% increased attack speed. Dealing damage to enemy hero now grants active turrets 50% increased attack speed. And then now grants flame turrets 50% attack speed for 3 seconds upon activation. Objective burn about to be crazy. He is about to demolish objectives. Demolish. Damn. Look at that increase. Fire field scaling increase. Look at that. Damn. New passive on Kalari. Fly may jump 2 additional times. Dealing or damaging an enemy hero applies death mark to them, revealing them and dealing 8% plus 3% per 100 bonus physical power of their missing health as true damage after 3.5 seconds. 12 seconds CD per target. Only one target may be affected by death mark at a time. So, her previous death mark was one of her abilities. Now it is on her passive, along with her double jump. So she still has double jump, and she has death mark on a passive. OG Iggy ult back? Not really, right? OG Iggy ult. Iggy has both ults now. The Servich essentially. He has my turrets shoot really fast, and I have my flame breath. He has both. So yeah, I guess he just gets both. It doesn't shoot as fast as the minigun ult back in the day, but his turrets do shoot pretty fast when you have the ult activated. But yeah, so the death mark revealing. So yeah, damaging a hero, revealing them, and dealing 8% plus 3% per 100 bonus physical power. So it's death mark on his passive, shadow walk, which is the primary, health regen on active removed. New passive, Kalari gains 2 plus 1.75% physical penetration, health regen when not visible on to the enemy team. So she doesn't have any, she doesn't get any damage with this ability. This is just movement speed, damage on next basic attack removed. So her new invis, right? You don't need to walk up to somebody and auto attack them to do damage with it, because it doesn't give you any damage. This new movement speed for Kalari is just movement speed and health regen. She gets a shitload of health regen, and she gets a shitload of movement speed from this new invis. You don't need to walk up to people. Okay? And there's a reason for that, and we're going to get that to that in a second. Shadow Dance, which is her ability, which is now taking the place of her old death mark. Kalari backflips into the sky after a short duration. She may target an enemy and dash towards them, dealing, good amount of damage plus physical power. Scaling doubled if they are affected by death mark. So you hit somebody with your dagger, and then you jump in the air and you dash onto them. It's going to do a shitload of damage, and then you're going to auto attack them, dagger, and then ult out. That's how you're going to play her now. You don't really need to walk up to people. You're going to play her as kind of like a ranged assassin that's going to use this new ability to engage with. up, gorgeous?
Don't forget I have to get up really early in the morning and go bye-bye.
In a minute. Sorry you have to wake up early, but you're gonna have fun with your family. It'll be okay. Well, you better go to sleep then.
I'm gonna sleep on the way there, too.
You will sleep on the way there. They're gonna be driving. Oh, you volunteered yourself to go. Because you always say yes to going out.
Why?
Because you love traveling.
Why?
That's just who you are. You're a social
I
person.
want to not be.
See, you always say yes, and then the day before you're like,
I want to be
no.
Skyward.
You want to be me?
I want to be Skyward.
I love being an introvert. It's great.
I want to be Skyward.
I could be a hermit. See, I could just order off. I could order all the groceries off Amazon and just never leave the house. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been to all the places I've been to.
You said that with an attitude.
Not with an attitude. It's just the truth.
I'm making him go to Chicago next weekend.
Yep. All right.
Where Lexi lives.
Go, go, go. Let me finish this so I can get it done.
Come on.
Go, Stitch.
Hang out with Dad.
He likes hanging out my feet.
I'm hanging out in the bed.
Nothing really changing on Crippling Dagger, but this new ability is gonna kind of be her engage. So she's gonna dagger somebody, E, dash onto them, auto, ult out, and yeah, she's gonna be a lot safer to play as a ranged hero. Now deals 175 bonus damage based on the target's missing health. Ooh, my God. Base damage decreased because of it though. Scaling decreased as well. That's right. That's right. Spam the wife emote. Spam the wife emote. Damn, this character is gonna be so annoying. The fact that they're changing, they're basically the Unabomber. Yeah, essentially, you're gonna dagger, or sorry, you're gonna throw a dagger, hit it, mark the person, E into the air, dash onto them, ult out, and then you're gone. They're not even gonna know what fucking the fucking hit them, Flying Hawk. You're gonna literally be a Flying Hawk. You're gonna fucking hit him with a, I don't even know what, hit him with a talon or something. A throw, like you're gonna throw a talon at him, and then you're gonna and just smash him. Phantom Assassin in a nutshell from Dota 2. They must have changed her kit from whenever I played her, because that's not oh, I mean, I guess her dagger, yeah, you could throw your crippling dagger at him and then dash onto him. The rest of her kit's a little bit different, but yeah, that's essentially how you're gonna play. Yeah, essentially Tavino. Yeah, you're gonna throw your dagger, hit it, cast your E, to then dash onto them. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Phantom Assassin. She was a fun character. 3000 HP crits. Cleaving crits. Chimera, base damage removed on his primary. Total physical power scaling increased. Yeah, cooldown increased, scaling increased on his ult. There's nothing really changing about this guy. He's just getting a lot of scaling increases and cooldown decreases. Like, when I say there's nothing changing about him, just know that you guys should go and read this kit. There's nothing major changing about him. From like a hit change standpoint, Chimera's getting a lot of like scaling changes to his entire kit, and he is going to be very strong next patch. But that's because his scaling is changing, right? Health regen increased from 150 to 250%, right? On his Invigorate. So there's a lot of scaling changes in here that are changing that are going to make him very good. His primary, the cooldown is going down to 3 seconds, right? 7 seconds at level 1. So just, if I say that there's not much changing about a character, make sure you read the patch notes yourself if it's one of your favorite characters, and read all the scaling changes with that kit. Kira, the passive is no longer cleansable. Now grants Kira Umbra upon reaching maximum stacks on an enemy hero. Umbra allows her to apply max stacks of vengeance on every hit. What this means is if I auto attack the support and I get to max stacks and I have Umbra and I hit the ADC one time, now the ADC has maximum stacks. So I can apply maximum, I can auto attack the support 5 times to get max stacks, and then auto attack the ADC once, and the ADC now has max stacks applied against him. So this is fucking nuts. Nothing really changing here. Her dash now resets on takedowns. This is kills or assists. It resets. Now grants 250 additional range when Kira has Umbra. So if she has Umbra passive, that means that she now gets additional range on her passive. Wild. She gets additional range and resets on takedowns on her dash. I mean, not her passive, on her dash. So her new passive is wild. Her right click, 50% cooldown on hit removed. When Kira gains Umbra, Mercy's cooldown is reduced to 50%. When Kira has Umbra, Mercy has a 50% cooldown reduction. Yeah, so they just making this play off of her passive more. Her ultimate no longer triggers on hit effects. They needed to do this because of all the healing changes they did for on hit effects. Now deals damage over 2.5 seconds instead of 3. Self slow is increased. Damage per tick scaling. But the thing about her ult is now if she ults into a team fight, she will apply Umbra to everyone. So she auto attacks the support, let's say, and she gets her Umbra passive and she ults in a team fight. She will apply Umbra to everybody her ult hits. Crazy. Now gain 60% attack speed for the attacks for your passive stacks. So whenever you get your passive stack, you now get 60% increased attack speed. That's right. The CDR is decreased down to 0.5 seconds. CDR now works on monsters, which is big jungle buff. Primary now affects targets as the sword falls, pulling them to the ground. Skylar's flying through the air. Wong throws sword, hits Skylar in the air, pulls her to the ground like the little baby back bitch she is. You will now pull, you can pull Skylar's, you can pull Howie's and stuff out of the air with his sword. Love it. Radius is increased, tether distance increased. Big buffs to Kwong. He's going to feel great. Yep, other buffs to his other abilities. Yeah, nothing else that crazy. You are correct, CERN. A lot of people can interact with flying targets now. Bellica. Each bullet applies on-hit effects at 40% effectiveness. This is wild. Now burst fires dealing 66 damage over 3 hits. Each bullet applies on-hit effect at 40% effectiveness. So actually, she gets 120% effectiveness on every on-hit item in the game. Every single on-hit item in the game. Where's Undead Bulwark? Where's Undead Bulwark? Hello? He wants Prophecy Bellica? Here you go. This is I don't know why you would build Burst Bellica. This is on-hit Bellica. You're building on-hit Bellica. You get 120% effectiveness. ADC Bellica build 100%. You're building Typhoon, ADC Bellica for sure. Now grants 10 ability haste on maxing an ability. Holy. On-hit Bellica with insanely reduced cooldowns. Instead of traveling, it now explodes within the whole AoE after 0.5 seconds. So the way that Bellica stun works is it slowly travels to each section. Now it's just going to explode the whole AoE at the same time, the whole line at the same time for her stun. So no more weirdness with her stun. Or if you like, the issue with her stun is you can watch it go through section, right? So there's a line here, there's a line, and you can see it travel. Stuns here, stuns here, stuns here. And if you're at the end and you see it stun here, and it gets right in front of you, and you flash past it, it still knocks you up, even though you flashed past where it had already stunned. Weird. But now they're fixing that, and it's just gonna stun the whole AoE. Void Drone can now take damage from abilities, so they're changing the way this works. It's now gonna have 10 HP, but it takes damage from abilities. Max ability now increases the mana drain when zapping enemies from 2% to 6. Yeah, Neural Disruptor now commits on animation start rather on shot fired. So this is no longer a lock on, it's now a targetable ability. You have to target the person and shoot it, so you can miss this now. It pierces enemies, it silences enemies, so it'll knock Howie out of his ult. Cancels Gideon ult. Pretty crazy. Whenever you get level 16 with this ult, it will now reset on kills. So if you ult Gideon and he dies from it, you now have it off cooldown. It does not have a timer. It isn't like Feng Mao ult, where you get a kill and it resets and you have a certain amount of time before you can use it again. This is just a straight reset. You kill a target with it, it's off cooldown until you want to kill the next person. You could kill somebody, wait 20 seconds, kill the next person, wait 20 seconds, kill the next person. Or you can kill the person, kill the person, kill the person, right? This ult is crazy. That silence is huge. This silence is cancels Gideon ult, cancels Howie ult. Like, it's cancels Feng Mao ult. Remember, Feng Mao ult is now cancelable. If Feng Mao is ulting and you cancel his ult, it goes on cooldown. He doesn't just get to recast his ult anymore. So cancels Feng Mao ult, cancels everyone. And the fact that this resets is wild. Big buffs. Nothing too crazy with Morgesh. I mean, I say nothing too crazy, but there is kind of some crazy stuff here. Passive now stacks up to 3 times. Damage increased or decreased because it can now stack. So at max stacks, it actually does more damage. Scaling has decreased because, again, it stacks. Damage deals 50% damage to monsters. Added 2 + 1 per level monster damage cap stack. He, again, is staying at 1300 range. So he has 1300 auto attack range versus everyone else that is ranged at 1500. He has less auto attack range than everybody else in mid lane. He might become an offlaner, by the way. She might be an offlaner now. Whenever we read the rest of this, she might not be a mid laner anymore. Dealing damage now refreshes Pestilence. Projectile speed decreased. Gravity decreased. Yeah, whatever. Don't care. Movement speed changing from 20 to 50% decaying, so she's fast as fuck, boy. Now refreshes duration upon damaging an enemy hero. Now gain 20% damage reduction. So whenever you use your E, you get 20% damage reduction. You get 50% movement speed, and you refresh when you go through a hero. You also heal for more on the person you marked. Healing has also changed to 40% of pre-mitigated damage, 8% for minions and monsters. Scaling is increased, cooldown increased, all of this stuff. So she might be a offlaner now. Mark can now target minions, monsters, and deployables. Mark will always remain on the last hero damaged. Added heal on dealing damage, so she heals whenever she damages somebody with Mark now. She heals whenever she goes through them with her Swarm. She also gets damage reduction. She also gets decaying movement speed. It also refreshes the duration. So she is massively sustaining. You can use this on minions, monsters, and deployables. I assume this is also going to be objectives, right? This monsters part is going to be like Fangtooth or Prime, so you can take objectives a lot faster now as well. Yeah. So Lots of sustain, lots of regen, hard to kill. Mori offlane. Morgesh offlane is going to be very common. You're going to build bruiser build, and you're going to be hard to kill. No changes with Morn, don't care, just some scaling changes. It's a little bit of buffs on the scaling. Shots fired passive. Still can't believe she kept the lock on despite these changes. Yeah, but you can now lock on minions and monsters and stuff. I agree, they should have changed it. They're slowly changing all the lock-ons in the game. They took the lock-on off Bellica. They took the lock-on off Revenant. We'll get to him in a little bit. Hopefully, eventually, they take that lock-on off Morgesh, but we'll see. Shots fired passive, cooldown is removed. Now triggers on the 6th successful basic attack. Armor pen is also removed. Empowered shot increased to 1900 range. So he can auto attack you from a mile away now. Deals bonus damage based on your total physical power. No longer has armor pen. No longer has every time you auto attack you get reduced cooldowns. It's always the sixth basic attack now. So no exploiting it with Noon Quiver anymore, or Nixian Quiver, I mean. Neft, you biatch. Showing everybody how to exploit Murdoch passive. Bag. Static trap projectile speed increased, so you can throw it to where it needs to go faster. Activation time has been decreased. It sets up faster. Max range, so you can set it behind enemies as they're last hitting. Kind of crazy. Route duration increased. Damn. Hot Pursuit is now 5 seconds long and now resets on takedowns. 5 seconds long, resets on takedowns. Holy. Also grants attack speed, stacking up to 5 times. The second ADC who now has a stem that gives him attack speed that stacks. 15 attack speed, stacking up to 5 times at level 1. 15, 30, 45, 60, 75. Level 1. 75% increased attack speed. %75% increased attack speed. And it resets on takedowns. The movement speed part resets on takedowns. 15% attack speed, stacks 5 times. Told you, I warned you guys that ADC's got massive buffs this patch. For ADC players, you guys got massive buffs. Buckshot added 20% physical armor shred for 4 seconds, so they took the buckshot off, or they took armor shred off of his passive and added it to his buckshot. Long arm of the law, wind up laser increased by 6x, angle increased by 1.1 to 2.5, time flare. This isn't making his ult bigger. Okay, this is just your whenever you're ulting, you're off to the side of the character more, and whenever you're charging up, it actually is a nerf to his ult, by the way, not making his ult bigger. Whenever you're charging up Murdoch laser, how you can see the laser beam, but it's very, very small. Now it is like way bigger, a lot easier to see. Time to fire increased, so you can see the ultimate a lot easier whenever you are getting targeted by Murdoch. It also takes him a little bit longer to shoot the ultimate. The Murdoch ult is a little bit harder to hit. The player getting ulted can notice it a lot easier and flash away. But the base damage is increased. So if I'm getting ulted, I can see there's a laser on me and I can flash. I have quite a bit of time now to react. But it is, it's doing more damage. You think, oh, you think this stacks on takedowns. Yeah, this probably stacks on takedowns. You're right. Not on auto attacks. True, 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 true. You're right. You're right. So it probably has to get takedown. You have to kill somebody. So if you get a kill. Oh, true, 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 true. Yeah. That's what it is. I bet. Helix. You got to get a kill to get a 30% attack speed, not an auto attack. Duh. There's no auto. Yeah. I hope. Yeah, I bet it is. I bet it is based on getting a kill to get the increased attack speed. That would make it balanced, Felix. That would make it balanced. Muriel, no real changes here, just scaling changes. Again, the biggest change to Muriel is that she, all of her shields will now apply armor. The armor of the person. So if Sevarog has 300 physical armor and she shields him, the 300 physical armor is now on the shield as well. Her alternate ability has a soft lock as well. So if you throw your alacrity towards somebody, it will like go to them a little bit. If you're barely missing it, it'll go to them. So it's easier to hit this. Narbash now grants 1.5% increased physical power per stack on his passive. Remember, your passive can go up to 24 stacks. So if you have your passive fully stacked, you are now getting 36% increased physical power. 1.5% increased physical power per stack. You can get 24 stacks. So 36 increased physical power on Narbash for his passive. And that is being because you can build him Warrior Narbash offlane, go like a Bruiser build in the offlane, to go Bruiser build in Narbash jungle. And now as you're auto-attacking melee or auto-attacking jungle monsters, you're going to be doing more damage. You're going to be able to get your passive stack up. You're going to be able to be playing this character in other roles without it being fully grief and fully troll. Narbash will now be a jungler or an offlaner, and it's no longer troll. They did this because people were just picking him and just trolling with him. So I assume they're just like, you know what, fuck it. If you're going to pick him jungle, we're going to give you some good fucking scaling, bitches. You're going to pick him off lane? Fuck you. We're going to give you some good scaling. March added 6% magical power scaling to speed. So now you can make your teammates go even faster if you build magical power. So this is for support Narbash. This is for offlane or jungle Narbash. This is for support Narbash. So if you're playing offlane or jungle Narbash, you're going to be building physical power. If you're building support Narbash, you're still building magical power. You can make your teammates go even faster. Song of My People now ticks 1% faster per ability haste. Healing is doubled for allies. Base healing decreased from 7 to 15 to 4 to 8. So healing is also decreased. Rhythm healing per second changed from 0.2 to 0.15, 0.35. Okay, so you guys understand this. Narbash is going to heal himself for less. Okay, he's going to heal himself for a lot less. Narbash can only heal himself for 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 healing per tick. But Narbash does not get a lot of regen. His allies still get double this. So technically, for his teammates, he's now healing for more than he did before. So for my ADC in lane, I'm now healing my ADC in lane for 8. I'm now healing my ADC in lane for 10, 12, right? 14, and 16. So now it's technically better for my teammates. My mid laner, my ADC, my offlaner, my jungler. Better for my teammates. This part right here ticks 1% faster per ability haste. So if you have 50% ability haste, we're going to use this because it's a nice clean number. If you have 50% ability haste, this rhythm healing will now be, instead of it per second being 0.3, it'll now be 0.15. right? I had to collect my thoughts there for a second. It'll now be like, it'll now heal faster. So if I have 50 ability haste, I now heal 50% faster with my E. So it ticks faster. So you heal your teammates for more, and you heal faster with Narbash support. So yeah, lots more healing with Narbash. You're gonna be able to get a lot more healing in the game for your teammates. You're not gonna heal yourself for shit. Your healing on yourself is gonna be terrible, but your healing on your allies is gonna be nuts. Basically, they're nerfing me. Again, they nerfed my Richter, and now they're nerfing my Narbash the way that I play him. Because they hate me. So, yeah. I think Omeda hates me, to be honest. Funk. Rhythm no longer decreases the cooldown. Rhythm increases damage dealt by 1.5% per rhythm stack. Added 90% bonus physical power scaling. So now, if you play Warrior Narbash offlane, you're going to max your thunk. Okay? You're going to max your thunk. If you're playing offlane Narbash, you're maxing this beating stick here. Yeah, 50%, not 100. Huh? Anyway, yeah, back to this. 1.5% per rhythm stack. So again, rhythm increases damage dealt by 1.5% per rhythm stack. So this is 36% increased damage again. 36% increased damage. 90% bonus physical power scaling. And you're going to absolutely chunk people. Magical power scaling is still 75%, but your physical power scaling is 90. Cooldown has decreased from 16 to 13 to 15 to 11. No, Octane, his thunk scales off physical, and his passive gives him increased physical. So his thunk will now do increased his thunk now scales off physical power. It also gets increased damage per stack that you have. So if you have 24 stacks Octane, you get 36% increased physical power, and you get 36% increased damage on your thunk. 36% increased physical power and 36% increased damage on your thunk. And his base physical power is 55. So your thunk at level 1 is going to do a fuckload. If you have max stacks, it's gonna do a fuckload actually. I don't know. Somebody can do the math. Overlord, yeah, Aegis Nar meta. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing him off lane for sure. He's gonna kick ass in the off lane. This thunk is gonna chunk. This right here is gonna chunk. It changes base AD scaling on his auto attack. No, but he already had really good auto attack damage and auto attack scaling. Narbash offlane and Narbash jungle is gonna fuck hard. Then his ultimate, the rhythm bonus damage is removed, and then damage reduction is now 50%. So if he's getting ganked as well, 100 to 150 attack speed, true. 4.2 AD. Narb off or jungle, yeah. And so if you're getting ganked as well on Narbash in the off lane and you ult, you're taking 50% reduced damage, waiting for your teammate to show up to change the team fight. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Narbash off lane, Narbash jungle meta. They hate me. They don't. Omeda hates me, man. I'm telling you, they hate me. They just don't want me to play him in support. Love him support. But the tank Narbash support is like nerfed, but our cruiser offlane Narbash is better. Dunk does not scale off AD per in-game description. Octane. It's because they're adding it here. They're adding it next patch. Again, Octane, they're adding it right here. Added 90% bonus physical power scaling right here. So any physical power that you build on Narbash offlane, you get scaling on your thunk. And then you, right here, grant 1.5% increased physical power per stack. Shout out to the 3 Narbash players. Isn't his own healing worse? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He's still going to be fine in support Flacron. He's still going to heal for a shitload. But you kind of don't want to play him like the super engagey, like the super engagey Narbash style that I play, where you tank a lot of damage and you go into a team fight and you back out of it and you just keep healing up your teammates like I like to do, is worse. And the stay back and heal your teammates up and never, like, you don't want to run into the team fight and take a lot of damage. You don't heal. Bro, you're rank 14 in the world. What the fuck? You really climbed? No. If you know, I fell a lot. I was rank 2 or something. I haven't really been playing seriously in the ranked mode for, I don't know, like 8 months. I have fallen a lot. I was super high up there in rank. Last time you watched, you just hit Paragon? I was like rank 2 or something. I fell a lot in the ranked mode. Yeah, Narbash is gonna be fun offlane. There you go. Phase. Oh man, Phase is getting a lot of changes. Healing procs can now stack base. So this is like huge. Healing procs can now stack. Base heal decreased from 15 to 12 plus 4 per level. Healing scaling decreased from 35% to 25%. Replace with phase. Replace blink with phase blink. 60-second cooldown, 50 mana cost, and grants 15% increased damage. So her blink is now on a 60-second cooldown, costs 50 mana, and grants 15% increased damage. On top of that, all of this is all the same. All of this is all the same, I should say. But this right here reduces the cooldown of phase blink to 1 second upon damaging enemy heroes. So with her passive, you now have a 60-second blink that gets reset to 1 second if you hit your flare. And this is on the person you have tethered or you. So if I tether to a rampage and I flare and he's next to somebody and it hits off of rampage, it resets my blink to 1 second. So she is now extremely mobile. Link to target, get the 15% damage. No, only phase gets 15% damage.
Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the
Yeah, and in the offlane, the ruthless, you're just gonna use, you're gonna max thunk and you're gonna use your E to build stacks. 100%. You are correct.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
At King Super's Pharmacy, our
Can you make up for it with an item? You probably can, Flacron. You can build raiment, but then you're not getting the healing on Narbash that you want. You can still play Narbash that way. It's not gonna be totally useless, but Narbash is, the way that I play Narbash is definitely getting nerfed a little bit. But anyway, back to FaZe. Yeah, so yeah, she now has a permanent blink, essentially. This is what this means. This is FaZe blink. She essentially has a 0-second cooldown. She now will always have blink up. FaZe's blink will be up 100% of the time. She can also cast her energy lance or she can also blink while casting energy lance, but they are reducing the range of it. They're also reducing the slow of it. Also reducing the root duration. So they're nerfing this ability, which is great. This is her right click. No longer destroyed when FaZe gets affected by hard CC. So the tether doesn't break if FaZe gets CC'd. FaZe can no longer pull targets that are affected by hard CC. So if I'm linked to a Murdoch and Murdoch gets stunned, I can't pull him out. If I am linked to a Murdoch and Murdoch gets Richter ulted, I can no longer pull him out of the Richter ult, which is amazing. Fuck that stupid shit that she can currently do right now. Link turns yellow if FaZe cannot pull due to terrain obstruction, and red if the target is unable to be pulled due to CC. So it'll tell you if you can't pull because the person is CC'd or if the person is on the other side of a wall or something. So this is like a big nerf when it comes to like, can't pull people away from team fights for free anymore when they get rampage rocked and stuff. Yeah, but this is like great. So in team fights, essentially, guys, because she now has a blink that's on a 0-second cooldown, because of this, don't focus FaZe anymore. Ignore FaZe and just kill the person she's tethered to. Okay? Kill the person she's tethered to because she can't pull them away anymore. Why would she ever be picked now? Because she can be extremely aggressive. You're gonna have a 0-second cooldown ultimate or 0-second cooldown blink, and for instance in the duo lane, you're going to blink, pull your ADC in, blind to get a double blind off, right? Your ADC is just gonna wail on him, and then you're gonna blink away, pull him back out, right? It's gonna be fantastic. Her passive is now stacking healing per proc. So let's say at level 3 you get your passive is going to heal for 20, right? 16 plus 4 plus 4, so 20. You're going to root, that's 20 HP. Then you're going to blink, which is 40 HP. You're going to pull, which is 60 HP. You're going to blind, which is 100 HP. You're going to flash out, which is 120 HP. So at level 3, she's going to be able to heal her ADC and herself for 120 HP. On top of that, she's going to be able to be very aggressive with the ADC and yeah. So 120 HP heal at level 3. I don't know if flash counts. It does. I've already tested it. It's in my video. You go to my video, Monarch, and you watch me flash, you will see health, green HP healing around me. And then in team fights, right? You're going to blink into the team fight, pull your Grux in, blind people, flash out, root them, or jump in the air, root them, flash out, pull them, right? It's going to be amazing. Seems like a joke. Nah, you're going to be, instead of playing FaZe in the back line where you're just doing nothing the whole time, right? And you're just sitting back there going, I'm rooting, I'm pulling, go play the game, team, you get to do whatever you want, and I'm just gonna pull you out if you get CC'd, haha, and be the most boring character, most unfun character in the game to play as and to play against. You can actually be extremely aggressive because of this change. You're gonna be able to flash into the team fight, engage, flash out, pull people out, pull people in. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be fun. I think that's gonna be a very fun change. Rampage, nothing really crazy changing in here. Regen is now doubled in the jungle. You no longer get attack speed in the jungle. Upon being immobilized, gain 40% tenacity for 4 seconds and restore 5% of your maximum health over the duration. So Rampage is getting a lot tankier. He doesn't have the attack speed he once had, but so his jungle clear is getting slower, but he's a lot tankier, a lot more HP when he's fighting in the jungle on objectives and stuff. So a lot harder to kill when he's in the jungle. His rock, he gets to pick up a lot faster. And whenever he casts his pounce, which is his leap ability, when he has his boulder out, and he will keep his boulder out and slam it on the ground. So if he lands on somebody, he picks up his boulder and he leaps into the air. He will slam it on somebody. He lands on them and stun them. So you get the damage of the boulder throw and of the pounce. Rumble, same thing. Fine. Ultimate duration is 10 seconds at all levels. So 2% or 2-second increase at level 1 and a 1-second increase at level 2. Bonus health is being increased a little bit. Regen changed from passive multiplier to per level, percentage per level. Rev gets attack speed scaling, and you're going to wonder why does he get attack speed scaling? That's because it makes him reload faster, which is good. You want to reload faster on Rev if you don't use your Q to reset your reload. Crit scaling is increased to 10%, so he's going to crit harder. Now prioritizes marked targets, so you can choose who you want to obliterate. Consecutive missile modifier decreased to 20%. Yeah, so a couple of changes here. Scar secondary is now a single straight line skill shot. So this is a skill shot, no longer a lock on. No longer slows upon consuming all stacks. Roots now for 1.1 to 1.3 seconds. This is broken as fuck. Duration, it lasts for 5 to 6 seconds. So instance of damage change from 6 to 10 to 4. So you have to damage the person 4 times. If you damage the person all 4 times, it'll root them. So just throw your E on them and then Q them, because then it will now focus them. Then you root them for 1.4 seconds and you demolish them. Broken as fuck. Consuming individual stacks deals the initial damage again instead of 12% of the damage source. So this is stupid. OP. OP. Rev is broken as shit. They buffed crit scaling in the game as a whole. They buff his passive crit. This is stupid as shit. I hate this. Rev is gonna be stupid. I hate it. Stupid. Dumb and stupid. Oh, reload no longer scales with attack speed. Why would they add attack speed to his passive then? Wait, where am I missing attack speed scaling on this character? They killed our Revenant. How did they kill your Rev? He's OP now. Towers are present now in both realms at the same time. Yeah, sure, you can't tower dive for free anymore. Oh, poor Rev players. Oh no, you can't tower dive for free anymore. Oh man, oh no, you can't tower dive for free. Oh, you poor babies. Oh man, no more free tower dives. Oh, shut up, you whiners. You get a free you get a free root as an ADC, dude. You get a root players as an ADC for free. Poor babies. Can't tower dive for free as well. Get out of here. That was nonsense. It was. This being able to tower dive for free was stupid. I still don't understand why they gave him attack speed scaling if they removed the only thing he scaled attack speed with. I have to reread his passive. I'm gonna have to reread his passive to see what his attack speed scales with. Oh, to see what I gotta remember what his passive does, I guess. I don't remember what his passive does. Sev has to build items before he can tower dive, okay? Sev has to build items. This guy gets to do it for free. I played Rev for 1.4 and he is not broken at all. He feels weird. I think Rev will be just fine, okay? He gets 40% movement speed after hitting his 4th shot. He also gets to root people for free. Yeah, I think he'll be fine. Oh, poor Richter. They kill. I think Richter's going to get killed. Richter gets murdered in this patch. Reworks his passive to give him a shield for 3 seconds when he's damaging an enemy hero or monster with Riplash or the first instance of Skewer. This is just Steel's passive. And they're giving Steel Richter's old passive. So I have to land a extremely hard skill shot or my ultimate to get a shield now. Pain. Yeah.
What's your dream? Getting your own espresso maker? Your own place? Your own place?
Poor fucking Richter. Shock therapy now removes shields before dealing damage. This is a good buff. Shields in the next patch are going to be very strong, so at least now he has something going for him because they're killing him in every other fucking way. They're absolutely murdering this character in every way, so they had to give him anything to make him useful next patch. So this was I guess they were like, you know what, let's randomly give him a shield removal. So his shock therapy will now remove shields, and it still does the silence as well. His electrocute damages people. The radius is increased, movement speed increased. Again, you got to remember that his electrocute got nerfed this patch as well, because it no longer will instantly clear. It doesn't clear creep waves like it does currently, right? Where you damage a creep wave, and then when they get to execute range, it executes them. They changed that in the gameplay changes. It now has to be. So it does damage over time, right? So this thing lasts like, I don't know, however many seconds. Let's just say it lasts 10 seconds. So that means it does 13 damage 10 times. The minion has to get to 26 HP before my electrocute will execute it. So it no longer will execute minions when their health bar turns red. It will now execute the minion when the damage over time ability is dealing is 50% of the current HP of the minion. So this got nerfed as well, even though they're buffing it here. This got nerfed as well. It can now be cast while in the air, so you can jump and use it. So what they buffed is they gave him being able to remove shields is a pretty big buff, and being able to jump and use Richter Hook is a pretty big buff. Because you can jump and pull people over walls now. You know, my Richter God clip, right? Rick God. Let's do Rick God 2. This clip right here. This, you'll be able to do this easier. You can do this with Galaxy Greaves now instead of having to use a plant. Right, pull people over walls. You'll be able to do that now a lot easier. Oops, actually need to go back to this, which is great. Skewer can now be cast in the air, can now be canceled by enemy CC, removing and preventing further effects after the initial damage. This is such a massive ult. His ult is now a channel ability. Just so you guys understand what this means, his ult is now channeled. He has a channeled ultimate. Like Gideon's ult is channeled, Narbash's ult is channeled, Richter's ult is now a channeled ultimate. So they destroyed his ult, they kind of murdered his wave clear, and they destroyed his passive. I can cancel his ult with Crunch R&B? Yes. You can cancel his ult with Crunch R&B. It is a fucking... They murdered him. You have to build True Silver on Richter. I don't know why on Earth they thought they had to absolutely destroy this character, but they did. No idea. Like, they make my Narbash, the way I like to play Narbash, a little bit worse, and then now people are going to be playing him in offlane and jungle and shit, which is just weird. I think he's just cooler if he's just, like, I think it's just better if Narbash is just a true support, but it's whatever. I guess it's not that big of a deal. And then they murder Richter. It's just like, dude, Omeda hates me. Omeda hates me so much. They actually hate me. There's no way around it. They hate me. Darth is now fully damage immune during the cast of her Heaven's Fury. So she doesn't take damage from Gideon ult anymore or any AoE abilities anymore while she's in Q like she did before, which is pretty strong. Now deals bonus damage to monsters. Buffing the on-hit modifier. Remember, they already buffed on-hit modifiers to include lifesteal now. So she's going to be, this is like really, really strong. You can Q onto people and heal for a lot of health now. Yeah, I think that's about it. Nothing else really changing. Yeah. Severog is passive. Each tier of his passive is stacking. So at level 2 passive, he also has level 1. At level 3, he has level 2 and level 1. At level 4, he has level 4, 3, 2, and 1. Max stacks have gone from max of 300 to infinite. Health bonus per tier decreased. So you don't get as much health per tier anymore. But you have infinite stacks. And no longer increase Q damage per tier. So your Q is going to do a little bit less damage, but you get an insane amount of buffs. An insane amount of buffs. Healing has been removed and stack tier damage has been removed. Base damage has changed, a little bit worse. Scaling has been nerfed, and then they added 3% bonus health scaling. So once you get a little bit later in the game and you get all this extra bonus health, you will do a little bit more damage with your Q, but it's going to take a lot longer for you to scale up that way. Again, your early game is going to be a lot worse. You no longer get to heal with your Q. So Sev's laning phase is going to suck. You have to get to your 40 stacks, get to your tier 1 shoulders, I believe, right? 40 stacks for your tier 1 shoulders before you can really play the game. Because this right here, healing removed, tier 1 shoulders, you finally get 15% Omnivamp. Yeah, this is finally when you get to play the game. Laning phase is going to suck. Subjugate radius has been increased. Slow duration. Slow has been removed off of it just as a long route. So you don't get slowed after the route anymore. Phantom Rush, which is his right click. You now deal damage when you pass through enemies. So base damage and then 4% maximum health. Crazy. Slows them by 75%. So they added the slow onto his right click and they took it off of his subjugate. And then Colossal Blow base damage has been decreased. Scaling has been decreased, and that is because, again, his passive, they're really relying on you getting your passive. So make sure you stack up your passive. This character is going to be nuts. Character is going to be nuts once he gets fully stacked. Nothing too crazy for Shinbi on the changes. The wolf is less bouncy. Unblock decreased by 33%. Overlap increased by 200%. Vertical hitbox increased by 50%. Basically, they made the wolf bigger. They increased the size and less bouncy. The wolf is fatter, like way easier to hit your line tempo now. Way easier. You can now throw this in the air, I believe. Like look up and throw it, and it hits people in the air, which is good. Yeah, cool. Circle Rhythm decreases a rushing beat cooldown by 10% per hit, maximum of 1 reduction per tick. I think this hits 6 times in total, so you can reduce your dash by 60%. Scaling is increased. The shield scaling has been decreased. Your dash is no longer recastable, so basically it's no longer going to be 2 dashes with 1 ability anymore. It's now going to be 2 charges of 1 dash. So you can cast your Circle Rhythm and reduce one of your dashes charges by 60%. So you have 2 separate dashes now instead of 1 ability with 2 dashes. You get 2 separate dashes. All Kill Ultimate. Crack stacks can no longer be cleansed. You cannot cleanse her ultimate stacks that are on you. Pretty sure it wasn't cleansable before, but okay. Now affects all targets with crack stacks and not just the highest target stacked. Base damage has been decreased and scaling decreased. This means that if Steel has 4 stacks on him, Murdoch has 5 stacks, Muriel has 3 stacks and you ult, all 3 of them get hit by every stack. Every hero gets hit by every stack.
Stay warm and save every day. All in the GURBS app. Get tender USDA choice untrimmed beef brisket for $2.99 a pound with a digital coupon.
Gonna be
And
nuts.
below the prices, you can save 15% or more on hundreds of items like Thomas mini bagels.
Nothing really crazy about Skylar changing. She gets to stay in the air longer. When she casts her ult, she can hover in the air, kind of like Howie. Whenever he's in the air and he casts his Q, he can hover in the air for a second. Or he casts his Howie missile, his R2000 rocket. At the end of his ultimate, he can hover in the air for a second while he's casting his rocket. Skylar will now be able to hover in the air while she's casting her ultimate at the end of her flight. When is Monkey Man coming? Probably not for 12 weeks, at least. I think the next hero is going to be a original. Sparrow, nothing really crazy changing here. Heightened Sense, secondary has been reworked. Gain 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 attack speed for 6 seconds, and every other basic attack against the same target. Within this duration, deal 20% total attack damage. Yeah. Piercing shot alternate, now deal 60% damage to targets beyond the first. Nothing crazy there. Inner Fire now launches 11, 13, 15 volley of arrows over 3.5 seconds that each deal 75% of total physical power, physical damage. Side arrows deal 40% total physical power, physical damage instead. All arrows apply on-hit effects at 25% effectiveness and can critically strike at 50% effectiveness. Think of this as Twin Blast ult mixed with Sparrow ult, right? Twin Blast, whenever he ults, it's just a minigun. He fires 40 bullets like a minigun. Sparrow will, whenever she ults, will now just launch. Instead of you having to have a ton of attack speed, you get a ton of value out of her ult. She's just now going to ult and just shoot without, you don't need to have any attack speed. You don't need to use your E. She just is going to shoot all 11 shots super fast. Super fast. Do not use your E. You should not use your Inner Fire as part of your, you should not use your Heightened Sense as part of your ultimate. Don't use it before your ultimate anymore. It doesn't add any attack speed. It doesn't add any volley of arrows. It doesn't add anything to the ultimate. Just cast your ultimate because it's the same amount of shots over the same time span, and then use your Heightened Sense after. I think that's happening because people are trying to use the ultimate the same way they did before, and they're not thinking about this rework. They're trying to use Heightened Sense before they ult, and they're like, bro, this feels so shit, and then they don't have Heightened Sense after they ult, and they're trying to play the character the same way, and you don't. There's the same target buff from E stack on ult. Gain attack speed for 6 seconds and every other basic attack against the same target with this duration to deal 20% total attack damage. Not sure, but I would say that you should not use this until after your ult is all I'm going to say, because I mean, maybe this will be good with your ult. I don't think so, though. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I don't know. I think people, once they get used to her, it won't be so bad. This character's going to be OP as shit, by the way. Holy fuck, Steel's going to be OP. Battering Barrier passive is removed. This is Steel's old passive. Remember, this has been moved to Richter because they hate Richter and they hate me. Cybernetic Shell passive is new. Steel passively shields himself for 8% of his maximum health. The shield lasts until destroyed and refreshes if Steel has not taken any damage. Oh, you just yoink Richter's passive away from him. And then they buffed it. They gave Steel Richter's passive and then they buffed it. Additionally, gain physical armor equal to 20% of your bonus magical armor and bonus magical armor and equal to 20% of your bonus physical armor. What is this? This is weird typo. Huh. Oh, they just fucking take it off of my Richter and they give it to Steel and then they buff it. Like, and remember, all shields apply armor. All shields apply armor. Oh. Base damage decreased on his primary bull rush. Scaling has been decreased as well. Force shield now affects more than one target. Now damages minions and monsters. So you can use your shield to clear waves. Your AoE shield that blocks all the projectiles and stuff. You can use this to clear monsters now, to clear the minion wave, or to clear in the jungle. You throw it on the ground and you walk the jungle minions through it. It does damage to them. You throw it in the wave, and you throw it when the wave's coming, and the minions walk through the wave. It deals damage to the wave. So this will hit wave minions now. So you are also no longer going. You're now going to remax. You're now going to be maxing your RMB as well. So base damage increased from 40 to 240. It used to go from 40 to 100. It was useless to max, and now it goes from 40. From 60 to 240. Super good fucking base scaling. Max health has decreased from 5% to 2 to 4%. So again, you're also scaling the max health damage that you get just by maxing it. Cooldown has decreased from 10 to 8 to 6 seconds, right? So the level 1 is now the same cooldown as the previous max, and now it goes down to 6 seconds. So you get more damage, more max health damage, and lower cooldown for maxing this ability. Max your fucking RMB, boys. Max your RMB. Max your RMB. Max your RMB. Fuck your Q. Fuck your E. Max your RMB. Holy. Shield Sam ultimate damage has been increased as well. This guy is gonna be so OP. Steel's gonna be so fucking good. Your girl Terra, nothing crazy about Terra's changing except for her ultimate. Wild Rush. This is now considered an AoE ability. This will make it to where you hit somebody with it, you don't pull minion aggro. Kind of important. This is also considered an AoE ability. You hit somebody with it, you will no longer pull minion aggro with it. So it's actually kind of important for trading in lane. Single target abilities pull minion aggro, AoE abilities don't. So now that they're considered AoE abilities, you're not going to pull minion aggro. Pretty important. But just some scaling changes otherwise. This is what's broken. Unstoppable Force. Armor multiplier on use has been removed, but the duration has gone from 5 seconds to 7, 6 to 10. At level 16, she has a 10-second CC immune ult. Also the healing on ability on Terra will be shit now. It will be, but they also buffed on hit healing. Remember that, guys. They have buffed on hit healing. Your base stats. So she'll be fine. She won't heal as much as she did, but it doesn't matter. 10 seconds of CC immunity. Wild. Added 15-second movement speed buff to Faye and her allies that move along the bramble patch, which is crazy. The width has been doubled, so she has twice as big of a bramble patch AoE, and the length is way longer. So her bramble patch is kind of crazy now. She can use it to chase people down. She can use it to escape with. You can just block off entire river choke points. It's gonna do more. It does the same damage, so it's not like it's getting nerfed in that. It's like super good now. Super good. Run people down in laning phase. Kind of crazy. Kind of the only big change from her though. They buffed her ultimate a little bit. Radius has been decreased a little, but they increased the range, so it'll be fine. Wind Blast. I don't think there's any big changes really, except for the ultimate. Can now critically strike at 75% effectiveness. This is crazy. In a practice mode environment on the playtest, there was we were able to play around with TB, and he was ulting for 4,000 damage.
What's your dream? Getting your own espresso maker?
Or 3,000 damage. 3,000 damage. Not 4,000. 3,000. No, 4,000. Hold on. Let me do the math again. It was 55 bullets at... Oh, it's 4,000 damage. It's 55 bullets at 65 damage a hit. So that was 3,600 damage. And I don't think that was the highest we ever got it either. I think we ended up getting to 60-something bullets. Yeah. It was crazy. 4,000 damage. Wraith got nerfed, bro. When we get down to Wraith, which is next, Wraith got such an insane buff, John Wick. You are reading this wrong. You are reading this wrong so wild. This character is going to be fucking wild. But yeah, 4,000 damage Twin Blast ult when you go crit build. Nuts. Wraith. So let's talk about Wraith then. Cooldown has been decreased on his Who's There passive. Peekaboo, projectile speed increased. Gravity has been increased, whatever. Explosion radius, whatever. This is just his grenade. We don't care about it too much. Surprise, surprise, his secondary now grants Wraith a 250% higher jump within the duration. Basically, he gets Galaxy Greaves. Whenever you activate your invis, you get to use Galaxy Greaves one time, which means that Wraith can rotate to mid lane, jump up on that fog wall, that top fog wall that has that big fog wall there. He can jump up onto the fog wall and gank mid. He can drop off the fog wall, kill the river buff, use his E, jump back onto the fog wall ledge. So he can jump up on ledges now for free when he uses his invis. They've also increased his pen for some reason. Not sure why, but they did. They increased his pen on his passive. Crazy, his knock knock no longer deals additional damage to deployables, whatever. 3,000 range on his knock knock. 3,000. This is Argus ult. Argus's ultimate only goes 4,000. This is 3,000 units. This is so close to the range of Argus ult. Now gains 5 damage per hero level. Crazy. Damage decreased. Power scaling has been barely decreased. Magical power scaling has been decreased. Minion damage modifier. Cooldown. So it does way more damage overall. It goes way further overall. How is this a nerf? This is a massive buff. Knock knock doesn't do bonus damage anymore. No longer deals additional damage to deployables. Deployables. This is Iggy turret. Bellica stuff. This is deployables. He still does additional damage. His knock knock still does bonus damage. It still does nuts damage. This is to deployables. This is so he doesn't one-shot Iggy turrets anymore and completely make Iggy useless. This guy is getting a straight up damage buff on all of his abilities. Straight up, he's getting a straight up damage buff. He's getting a buff on every one of his abilities. Every one of them. This guy is getting nothing but buffs this entire patch. This is all getting buffed. Well, actually, this is getting nerfed a little bit. Damage has been decreased. Thought this got increased, but oh, the health scaling has been increased. This is getting nerfed a little bit, but that doesn't even matter. The only thing that matters is your knock knock, which is getting buffed. This is getting buffed. This is getting buffed by a shitload of damage. Wild. Crazy buff. Back it up. Now marks the target after teleporting them. So just think about this as well. John Wick. So you're going to mark somebody, RMB, right? You're gonna throw your grenade on them to mark them. You're gonna RMB them. You're gonna rewind them. They're gonna get pulled back and get marked. You're gonna RMB them. Then you're gonna mark them again with your grenade, and you're gonna RMB them. You're gonna be able to mark them 3 times and RMB them to reset your mark 3 times. Because they get a guaranteed grenade mark on them after you ult them. He gets lifesteal now with on hit too. Yep. He gets lifesteal now with on hit. Yes. You get a grenade them, hit them with your mark, rewind them, which marks them, hit them with your knock knock, grenade them again, hit them with your knock knock, and all of this is now 3,000 units instead. This guy is getting mega buffed. The Creed, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This guy is getting mega buffed. Mega buffed. He's gonna be obnoxious. If you're good at landing your RMBs, you're gonna be so annoying. Yin, there's no real changes with her except for her lash kick no longer roots, and her backlash, which is her deflectability, now pushes people away. So her jump on people no longer roots anybody, and her backlash will push people away from her. Zarus doesn't have very many changes either. His barricade, which is his shield, now guarantees damage mitigation at 75%, even at level 1. So he has a lot of damage mitigation. That's more than he even had at his max level previously. But the base minimum base damage is increased, but the maximum base damage has been decreased. There's just some scaling changes here, some scaling changes here. Spear of Nair can blink while charging it, is what it's supposed to say. They messed up a lot of things on this tab here. Throw range has been increased. Scaling has been increased. Cooldown increased. Or cooldown decreased, sorry. Stab range has been nerfed, so he got nerfed a little bit for trading in lane. It's going to be a little bit harder to trade. Coliseum radius has been increased, so it's wider range. Column height. Coliseum height has been decreased. This Coliseum height being decreased isn't as big of a nerf as you think. You can still not get out of Coliseum with just Galaxy Greaves because of gravity changes. So gravity changes have made everybody, even though they're increasing jump height, and you know there's Galaxy Greaves in the game, you cannot build Galaxy Greaves just to get out of Coliseum unless there's like, obviously there's, depending on platform, like if you're on a hill or something, you might be able to, or staircase or something. But because of gravity changes, you get pulled to the ground too fast. So Galaxy Greaves alone will not pull you out of the cage. Skylar Jump can probably jump out now. Yeah, Skylar and Howie can ult out easier, but that's it. And obviously Flash as well. Flash range got nerfed. Well, I guess you just flash out of the cage. You don't need to flash over it, but still, yeah. Oh, and rewind is longer? Yeah, rewind is longer on Wraith as well. The ult range on rewind. Back it up. 1750 instead of 1550. So. Oh, yep. So nothing crazy on Zarus. Just some small changes. He'll probably still be fine. Zinx doesn't have any crazy changes either. Her passive is getting nerfed quite a bit, I believe. Where's her passive at? Primary passive. Yeah, so triage protocol, her passive decreased the movement speed from 40% down to 15%. So no more Zinx off lane auto attack build. Pew 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 auto auto auto, and then 40% increased move speed zooming around. No more of that. They nerfed Zinx in any other lane that's not support, and then buffs Zinx support. Bad medicine now collides with enemy heroes, spawning the effect below them. So previously, the way that she would, whenever she threw her bad medicine, which is that AoE ground dot damage ability thing, is when you threw it at an enemy, it would go through them and land behind them. If you hit them directly with it, it would just go straight through them. Now, if it hits them, it falls to the ground below them. So easier to hit the ability now. It'll hit them and fall below them. Way easier to hit. You can also body block it now. So, and yeah, that's about it. Item changes. Wards have AoE has been increased, which is awesome. So has Sentry. Yay! Increase the range at which I can silence people. Woo! Movement speed decreased on this. Safeguard shield has been decreased to 180, and the scaling has been decreased. Anima movement speed has been decreased, and cooldown has been increased to 120. Damn. Buffing time flex band, but then nerfing the cooldown. Tempest overcharge additional strikes from 50 to 30%. Healing increase from 40% to 60%. Overcharge duration from 8 to 7 seconds. Next, though, store duration decreased from 5 seconds to 3 seconds. You better use this shit quick. Less bursty. The new item is very good, John. New item is very good. Boris, limit breaker movement speed decreased from 20 to 15%. Limit breaker bonus physical power takedown a decrease from 3 to 2. Yes. Nerf this. Fuck you, Jujus. Bitch. Liberator, purifying guard shield decreased from 100 to 80. Purifying guard now states base shield amount and description. Bonus physical power scaling decreased from 135 to 100%. Okay. Ice-Scorn Talons, changes, refillable potion. No longer gains health per second per level. Oh, decreasing tonic cost. Decreasing tonic cost, but increasing their buffs. Wow. Is more intellect now. You might just be able to buy this if a very important team fight's coming up and you have 500 gold to spare. Just fucking rip it. 60 magic power. Huh. Wow. 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 Blight, increasing blight on everything. Polar treads decreased. Blight, rainbow, absolution. Moved from the carry to the fighter category. Yep, carries barely built it. Fighters always did. Magical armor increased. Dust devil, menace movement speed decreased. Lightning hawk, movement speed slow decreased. Thank you. What is physical? Thank you. Nixing quiver lifesteal increased. Okay, so real quick, John Wick. So the reason why The reason why I think that new item is cool is because Onyxian Quiver has a melee component to it, right? Melees, if the lower health they are, the more damage mitigation they get, I believe is what it is. So now, because that new Aegis of Agawar item has 15% crit, you're going to build Bruiser build, right? You're going to build your Aegis of Agawar, which gives you extra protections, extra armor, extra MR, right? You're going to get lifesteal from it. So you have sustain, and then you're going to get 15% crits. And then you can also build a Nyxian Quiver, which has a melee component to it. It has 25% crit chance as well, which will now give you 40% crit chance as a melee bruiser. So you'll get damage mitigation, you'll get protections, you'll have a lot of health, you'll have a lot of lifesteal, and it'll feel really, really good. Yeah, so I think the Aegis of Agawar and then Nyxian Quiver will be a good combo to use for fighters. Dareth, Crux, those types of characters. Plasma Blade, magical power increased from 45 to 50. Attack speed decreased. Sky Splitter, Rend, current health damage increased. Oh no. Rend now deals 6% current health damage as a melee hero. Oh. Oh, Boris. 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 Sereth, Boris. Boris, Sereth. Oh my god. Dude, this is also buffed with the lifesteal that they changed. They buffed lifesteal as well on hit. So Boris, Sereth, those people building this item are going to get extra lifesteal now as well. Oh my. Stormbreaker attack speed increased. Static stacking effect removed. Electric momentum damage decreased. Electric momentum scaling 35 bonus physical power to 20% total physical power. Oh, 35 bonus to 20% total. Wow, okay. Light increased. Lifesteal increased from 10 to 15%. Wow. Crit missing health to lifesteal passive removed. Okay, so you don't get the missing health, you heal lifesteal for more anymore. Envy cost increased, thank God. Now critically strikes for a reduced value of 140% damage. Malady, ability haste decreased, demise damage decreased. Yeah, fucking nerf these items. Let's go. Political physical power scaling increased to 35%. Now applies on basic attacks. Gain physical power equal to 2% of your maximum mana. Yeah. Okay, Omen. Bestial Torment. Physical power decreased 20% to 10%. 10, 8 to 5. Blighted anti-strikes 40 to 50. Oh, this one's 50% anti-heal instead of 45. Moonseeker bonus damage decreased from 5 to 3. Healing from 12 to 6. What the hell? Fighter movement speed decreased from 4 to 3. Blitz damage increased 30 to 50. Changed from 2% max health to 40% bonus physical power. Blitz cooldown decreased. No longer has a cooldown reduced on hit. Wow. Mr. movement speed decreased. Citadel physical power increased. Legacy. Dude, they're just buffing bruisers more. What? Love it. Overlord. New passive. Upon killing an enemy unit, permanently gain 1 health. Increase to 3 for camp leaders. 5 for heroes. Upon reaching 150 stacks, gain an additional 200 health. So that's 350 health. Plus 275 health. Wow, 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 wow. That's a lot of fucking HP. 625 health on Overlord. With Aegis of Agawar in the game. Overlord, Aegis of Agawar, and Rapture all in the same thing? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Cost increased, health increased, Omnivamp increased, ability haste removed. Oh, yeah, you're going to be losing all your ability haste items. Near sight damage increased from 18 to 20. Near sight bonus physical scaling increased from 12 to 15. Now correctly states its own name and death recap instead of Fire Blossom. Lol. I mean, this is like, this doesn't have any ability haste, and this doesn't have any ability haste, and Aegis of Agawar I think has some, but damn. Max health on the shield has been decreased. Low health activation threshold decreased. Okay. Painted Blade, Blight, 45%. Damn. 6% damage amplification. Fuck this. Passive degrade damage decreased. Okay. Dark Matter health. They needed to do this for Iggy. Dark Matter health max damage increased from 5 to 6%. Now always deals its bonus damage when dealing damage at 1450 plus range. You can auto attack further than that now. So Howie can stack this with his passive. And Gideon can stack this with his passive auto attack. True damage decreased from 10 to 5%. Passive Farseer, upon triggering Arcane Salvo, permanently gain 1 magical power. Dude, imagine this plus Gadget. Stacking on stacking magic power. Stack the magic power so you can stack the magic power to stack the magic power so you can stack the magic power. So stacking the magic power can stack the magic power. Because you're going to build what an obelisk as well. Stack the magic power to stack the magic power so you can stack the magic power. Oh my. And it's Scepter. Malice damage per stack decreased. Okay. Whatever, it's fine. Blight increased. Yeah, yada. Wraith leggings, okay. Oh. Galaxy Greaves. Another nerf to this is you don't jump as high. That's from the gravity. Radius is bigger. Tainted Charm. Blight increased. Also bigger AoE. Love Tainted Charm. Love the item. Painted Totem. Blight increased. Okay, whatever. Fuck that item. Repulsor Shield decreased from 150 to 120. Repulsor bonus health scaling has been decreased as well. Vanguardian. Fuck Vanguardian. Warp Stream Quantum Core has been named. Warp Teleblink not damaged within 3 seconds instead of out of combat. Oh my god, yes! 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 This is huge. Love it. Movement speed on heal decreased from 12 to 8%. Wow, so many fucking changes, man. Magical armor increased. Passive movement speed decreased. Health increased. Blight increased. Blight increased. Health increased. Warden's Faith. Crit strike reduction increased. Thank God. We're almost done. Fixed various issues of heroes. Yin, Kwang could slip inside terrain. Whatever. Match history players would sometimes be unable to be viewed. Claim during their initial animation. Skylar create infinitely hover with aerosol. Or Prime would arrive as it require an extra hit. Cool. I mean, cool. Wow. Okay, so I think overall, patch is like great. Dude, it took me 4 hours to get through the patch notes. Wow. That was really long. That was like longer than I thought. I thought it would take me like 2 to 3, but I took way too long on some of these changes. Next time we're gonna move through it a lot faster. We gotta remember to move. Yeah, damn. Massive patch. Lots of changes. Gameplay changes are kind of wild. I will not lie. Some of these are massive and just as game-changing as the fucking hero updates. To be totally honest. Like, these gameplay changes, guys, are just as big as this hero balance changes. As far as, like, changes to how the game is going to be played, I think. This right here is, like, insane. Some of the things that changed in here. The gold and the comeback XP and then the timings of everything. It's like, this is just as big as this. It's a completely new game on Tuesday. I can't wait to play Iggy. Yeah, him having attack speed on his passive now when he auto attacks people for his turrets, and also when he ults, he gets attack speed is gonna be good. Did take a long time, but I appreciate you explaining all the changes to the game. Yeah, I'll have to just try to do it a little bit faster next time. I don't think people want to sit through 4 hours, unless I had some freaking internet issues. But we'll be playing early tomorrow. We'll be gaming all day tomorrow. Don't worry about that. We'll be gaming the whole time tomorrow. There's like this, like, dude, voice chat, amazing. I cannot wait to do this. Like, the fucking Opal store and the skins and the voice chat and the hero, like, dude, there's so many fucking cool things on Tuesday. This is so big. This right here, the gameplay changes are so insane. Like I said, I really honestly think that these gameplay changes are like, you broke down everything and you didn't understand a lot. Well, I'm glad you guys really enjoyed it, because honestly, having a 4 hours of stream of me just talking about the patch is kind of crazy. I did not think it would take this long. But like, this is blowing my mind as much as the hero changes, to be totally honest. I did not know about a lot of these changes in here. Like, these changes in here are the game's gonna play so crazy. Never put short stream in the code. I mean, technically I had to reset the stream, so it was 2 short streams. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and call it on that, though. I'll be back tomorrow, and yeah, I'm going to process this. I'm gonna go grab some food and process the patch, because it's going to be a wild patch. It's going to be crazy, and it's gonna be a new game on Tuesday. Like, actually, it's gonna feel totally different. There's just no way it doesn't. There's no way it doesn't feel like a new game on Tuesday. Does wanting to make the game, this is what you're referring to? Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like they want to make the game shorter. It could just be, RC, that some of the changes they've been making lately have been making average match time longer. So maybe they're getting above the 35-minute-ish average match length that they want to be at, right? They don't want to really be in the 35+ minute range. They want to be around 25 to 30-ish, maybe around the 35-minute time frame, right? So they're probably just trying to lower it because of that. Damn. This patch is going to be crazy. Holy cow. But I appreciate you guys sticking it out even through my stream, having all the issues that it was having. This should take out a lot of AFKers and DC people too. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of stuff to. I think people should be excited and want to learn the game again, because it's gonna be a new game. Rotations and timers and heroes and everything is gonna be a new learning experience. I think the portals are gonna be useful now. I think so. But I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna think about this. I'm gonna go grab a snack and go to bed. I appreciate you guys sticking with me through this entire super long stream and all my stream issues, but Have a great night. I'll be back early tomorrow for an early stream and a long one. Peace out. Bye.